Good morning, and welcome to the Board of Directors meeting of HART, Friday, October 25th, 2024. It is approximately 8:35 a.m. We're getting really good at this. So we'll begin this meeting. First of all, I'm going to call it to order, first by taking roll. Kika Bukowski.
Present.
Anthony Alto.
Present.
Don Takeuchi Apuna is excused. Lisa Baker.
Present.
I think this is your first in-person meeting, Lisa? Second? Oh, it's his first in-person meeting. Natalie Iwasa.
Here.
Okay. Roger Morton.
Here.
Christopher Moylan.
Here.
And this is your first in-person meeting. Joe O'Donnell, excused. Ed Sniffen, excused. Art Tolentino. Here. Art.
Present.
Okay. Robert Yu.
Here.
And the chair, Colleen Hanabusa, is here. Is there anyone here to offer public testimony on any agenda item? Any agenda item? Seeing none, anyone submitting online? Okay, we're moving on. So the agenda item number 3 is Executive Director and CEO's update. Laurie, yours.
Thank you, Chair. So as you folks know, we did award the City Center Guideway and Station a couple of months ago, and we finally gave notice to proceed. Earlier this month, Tudor is actively starting to relocate into our offices. Parsons is already in our offices. More and more people will start to be here before the end of this year, and Parsons has already begun design work. The good thing is they were part of the STG team on AGS, so they've already hit the road running. The FTA quarterly was last week or the week before, and they were very pleased at the progress on how things are going. I think they debriefed with the mayor as well, and things couldn't have been better. They are concerned about the CCGS, and so we'll talk about that a little bit later. The bids came in higher, so we'll have to, I've brought it up to you folks before, and we'll have to do some reshuffling of the fundings in the different CPPs. I would like Vance, if possible, to come up and talk about the APTA conference that he attended first week of October.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Vance Suda, HART Project Director. I had the honor of attending APTA Transform on behalf of HART. It was a good conference in terms of what technology and advancements that are upcoming in terms of transportation. It wasn't rail specific, although they did touch on some rail projects. It was very centered around transportation in general. So some of the things they presented on and discussed were automated vehicles, automated people movers. So kind of integrating, whether it's rail, bus, automated people movers, all into one network and transferring from one mode of transportation to the next. One of the presentations that I attended, which I found very interesting, was I forgot what the name of the presentation was, but it was basically working with your FTA partners. And there was a few candidates up there from Region 10, Region 9. So Amy Chin-Chen, who is Ray's deputy, was presenting on behalf of Region 9, and I believe Region 2 or Region 1 and another region, a representative was there. And they talked about, how projects and the program can work with the FTA. And a lot of what they discussed and mentioned were things that we're currently doing, being open, honest, transparent with the FTA, looking for their help when we need help, and continuing to communicate, the challenges that we have within the project, as well as looking for advice or recommendations in terms of what's in the FTA guidelines. A lot of the times, we review the FTA guidelines and we interpret it one way and we take it one way, but it actually means something else, or it could mean something else. So, discussing that with the FTA and not just using them as, I want to say getting money, but going through all the grant applications. Even the grant applications, one thing that they mentioned that may not be specific to us is, if your grant application fails, schedule a debrief with your region representatives. That way they can tell you exactly what went wrong or what the issues were and what you can do better moving forward. So some really good information there. And I also got to talk to other individuals throughout the industry. A lot of positive feedback in terms of our project and the recognition that our project has throughout the industry.
And then the last item, so I will be going to the CMAA conference. I leave Sunday morning and come back Tuesday evening. I need to give 2 presentations. CMAA is construction managers. So like Stantec is one of our biggest CMs here in the islands, and I will be giving a joint presentation with Brian Norris on what it takes to be a CM and the importance of getting that certification. And then on the second day, I'll be presenting with other owners in the industry on the importance, again, of getting that construction management certification. And then I fly back late Tuesday evening. With that, that concludes my report, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions of any of the items, or Lance or Lori?
Chair, I have just one question, please.
Okay, Natalie, go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you, Lori. You said you're going to follow up with us later on the FTA concerns with the CCGS. What item will that be under, or will that be under the Finance Committee?
Yeah, so Vance will cover it under the POC when we do our the PMOC's monthly report.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else? Anyone? I have a quick question, Lance. Where are you? Oh, okay. Since you went to the APTA conference, I'm very curious, was there any discussion of the potential changes depending on the outcome of this presidential election?
Not that I've attended or was aware of.
So there was no discussion as to what might happen to the FTA?
There could have been, but in the presentations I attended, that wasn't discussed.
Okay, thank you.
I was at the conference too, and there was some discussion about the urgency to award grants, not award grants, but to obligate grants, particularly one that we have prior to 12/31. And we're working hard to finish our NEPA for the grant that we have so that we can legally do that.
That's what I figured. I figured there would be, right now, the
Right.
urgency among the administration.
One thing's for sure, we're going to have a new administration. And whether it's Democrat or Republican, we're going to have a new administration for sure. And things will change. You know, many of the leaders at the FHWA and the appointed officials anyway have left, as you know, and because they anticipate a new administration.
And I am not sure that, well, was there any discussion about whether Pete Buttigieg would stay on if asked? I think he's
I think
moving
that
them.
would be pretty close to his vest, whether he would do that or not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
But
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's a rock star as far as the transportation industry goes.
Yeah, I also think they may be shifting him somewhere, but anyone else? Any other questions? Okay, anybody? No? Thank you very much. Now we're going to move to agenda item number 4, which is the board leadership elections. As some of you may have recalled, board leadership elections under our rules take place every year. We usually try to hold them before July because we would have the leadership basically start with the fiscal year. However, this year's election, through the motion of the board, was deferred. But as if you have questions about the legal implications of that, and Dan will tell you that what happens is we have to have an election sometime this year. So I decided that we would schedule this election for October, but this election will run to July 1st max next year. So it's really for the remainder term that we didn't do. So it's my reading of our rules that what would happen is that next year, we would hold another election. So we're really talking about here is the board election for the remainder of this fiscal year, which ends June 30, 2025. So with
Sure.
that, yes,
Is it possible to move this item to the end of the agenda?
well,
And so that
yeah.
we can get through the business before we discuss any,
If there's no objection, we can move that. Anybody object to that? That,
Just note I have a hard stop at 12, I said 12 noon.
so do I. We both have hard stops. I have to, actually, I have a hard stop 11:45. I have to be someplace at 12 noon. So with that, so can we do this, Kika? Why don't we move it to the end of the agenda unless it looks like the rest of the agenda, which I don't think is gonna take long, but if it does, we're gonna lose,
if we face the potential of losing quorum, then maybe we can take it up prior to.
yeah, we'll take it up prior to, but for now, we'll defer until the end of the agenda unless it looks like the time is gonna be an issue for us and quorum's gonna be an issue for us. So,
Chair.
no problem. So with that, agenda item number 5, which is the monthly report on critical position recruitment, which is Sandy.
Morning, everyone. Sandy
morning.
Aguilar, Human Resource Specialist. This month, our update includes 19 open positions, not compared to last month when we reported 17 positions. The 19 positions include the 17 that are currently in recruitment and the two top priority positions that are listed on the report. The increase is due to 2 additional positions that we've posted. We've posted a transit contracts manager role and a data processing analyst role to bring us up to that 19. Last month, we reported 6 tentative offers. Of those 6 tentative offers, 5 have been filled and 1 candidate withdrew. The 5 positions that will be filled are the civil engineer positions. That's lines 22 and 23 on the report. Those positions will be filled next week, Monday, October 28th. We'll also be filling 2 information systems positions effective November 4th, and those positions are referenced on lines 13 and 14 on the report. We'll also be filling a data processing systems analyst role or a professional trainee role, which is line 16 on the report, effective November 4th. That's a summary of our open positions.
Thank you. Any questions from any members? Yes, Kika.
Morning. So, generally speaking, are we moving in the right direction? Are we gaining more than we're losing as far as hiring and personnel?
I think we're making good progression. We've
Okay.
filled 5 positions so far in
Okay.
the last couple of weeks.
So if I read the report, the 2 positions I think that are considered critical to the project are the CFO and the design, director of design. Is that construction? Or what's the status on that?
As I understand, the Director of Design and Construction, there is a candidate that has been tentatively selected. Is that correct?
We selected somebody from HDR. So unfortunately, we haven't been able to fill it with the city employees. So HDR, that person is actually here this week. HDR flew him in. He's already an HDR employee. He's working in Canada, Toronto, and to tie up his project over there and to move here, he'll start January 1st or 2nd, right after the holiday.
How is that going to be reflected? Because we're really looking at city positions, so technically, it's not going to be filled as a city position, right?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You were done?
Well, just wanted to follow up on if there's any update on the CFO and where that might be.
We're actually
Sorry.
not going to fill the CFO position.
I'm sorry?
We're actually not going to fill the CFO position.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. did you want Rick to, no?
So I guess maybe, can that be updated in the, because there's multiple references to that in various reports as a critical vacancy?
Yes, Vice Chair, we will.
Thanks, Colleen.
Oh, no problem.
Chair, can I
Yes.
jump in on, follow up on Kika's questions? If we have, if we fill the position with somebody with an HDR consultant, how much extra does that mean that we have to pay because he's employed as a consultant?
Quite a bit.
Like
His-
double?
His base salary, yes, exactly.
And then the CFO position, we're not trying to fill it at the moment because Rick's doing the work? Who is,
Could you come over and explain, please, Rick? He has covered this before in previous meetings, but. just-
yeah, I'm just, actually, I'm worried what happens when we lose Rick. Because we keep hearing that he's going to retire and then he doesn't, which is great, but
Well, I've been trying to retire for over 3 years now.
Yeah, we're not-
I was retired.
we're not letting you go.
I told Lori I won't let the ball drop on anything. We have some things going on with the FTA right now that I'm involved in, and I want to see that through. We're also beginning to talk to people to step into my role. And the reason we kind of put the CFO on hold, that was, going back in time, that was kind of a short-term position. Robert was CFO at one point, Robert left, and Ruth Lohr was CFO. We changed the title of that position to the Deputy Director of Budget and Finance. Richard Oshiro sits in that position now. That's the position that's carried through. When Dean came in, he was Director of Finance. And so he was in that position for about a year, but that was kind of a new position that was created. We have tried to fill that position. We haven't had any success in getting candidates. We changed the title of it from Director of Finance to CFO to see if we could generate more candidates. We really haven't. I kind of oversee that role in my current job. The particular person that we're talking to take my place also has a finance background. So we kind of put this on hold to see what plays out with that. If we can get that person in, we may not need to bring in another person. So we kind of put it on hold for that reason, plus the fact that we haven't been able to generate good contacts. So it's still, I guess, live. It's still a possibility, but we're trying to see how the other staffing moves work out.
Basically, Richard's doing the lion's share of the work and you just need somebody above to
Correct.
supervise, make sure he's doing it okay, and that's what's happening at the moment.
Correct.
I mean, I think my feeling at least is that the board's pretty happy with the way Richard's doing his job, so thanks for
Yes,
the,
so am I.
thanks for the explanation.
Rick, I think we gotta be, for Lisa and Chris's, I guess, understanding. When Dean was brought in, Dean did not only do Director of Finance, he also did HR, he also did procurement, and he also did what we call the ASO. So if you're familiar with the way the city and state works, I was walking this morning and somebody told me, hey, I'm ASO now. And I said, boy, I know that word now. But yeah, so there are 4 positions that were under one hat. So we are trying to fill the positions, and we haven't really been successful in filling probably any of those positions. So just so you know that it's, the problem that we've had as a board is that when we look at the Director of Finance is one thing, but when you look at all the other things that was under that one hat, we have to find somebody who either fills all of that, or we redefine whether or not all of those positions are necessary. So I just wanted you to understand that it's not just the Director of Finance position, it's all the other positions. Yes, Chris?
That's a good clarification.
Yeah.
What's the acronym ASO?
Oh, I'm sorry, Administrative Service Officer, I think.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, so the guys who work for the city or the state, they understand that. It's like almost your go-to person, for lack of a better description. So usually the ASO, this person that I was talking to works for the director of one of the state departments, directly to the director, and her title is ASO. So it's sort of like, I guess, your right-hand kind of person.
It's more personnel and budget.
Yeah,
That's really what it is.
Chair, I have
Yes.
a question.
sure.
Sandy, going to change the conversation just a little bit. I know we talk about open position in every board meeting. Could we also focus on, for today and future board meetings, the people that left Hart, in between board meetings? So if you know, I forgot the date of our last board meeting. Did anyone, how many people left since the start of the fiscal year, July 1st? If you know that information.
I don't have that right off the top of my head. However, we did have one person leave last month. That was the business systems manager.
Okay, yeah.
And then we did have the transit contracts manager leave, and that's why we have another open position
Okay.
for the month.
So since the last board meeting, we had two staff leaving. Okay, all right.
We're on page 7 of the monthly report. We give that number every month. On the staffing, he says how many, city employees, how many 89 days, how many appointees. So the number is there for you. Right under project staffing, the first bullet point. And it gives the cutoff date.
Yeah, sure. I don't want to hold up the meeting just because of this. I could just read it.
Okay.
I didn't see the number of people.
Yeah, you would just need to look
leaving.
like in July, if it was 42 and now we're at 40, there's 2 people that left.
Okay. Either way, just in case we don't read this in as much detail as we should, if you could just mention it at the next presentation, the number left and also the title. I don't need names or anything. Yeah. Okay. And it would also be nice if you could mention the staff that left, the number of years or year that that staff have worked for us. So then we could have a gauge on what kind of institutional knowledge that's leaving Hart. Thank you. Okay.
Chair?
Natalie, she's still talking.
Oh,
I think
sorry.
she can't hear her.
I just put it on, I'm sorry. The transit contract manager is about 10 years, and the business systems manager is about a year.
Okay. Thank you, Sandy. Appreciate it.
Chris, and then Natalie after that.
So to clarify, based on Robert's point about holding the meeting, we have a human resources committee. Isn't this the kind of thing that the committee does, or so that it wouldn't have to be done in every meeting? Or what does the human resources committee do different from this?
We don't have a chair right now for the Human Resources Committee. So the Human Resources Committee hasn't met. That was,
Now we have a chair now.
that was Michelle's position, Michelle Boomgraber's position. And all of this actually, I believe this is a board request versus a Human Resource Committee request. So having this presented was a request that I think I made initially for that the whole board would hear it at one time. Because if the Human Resource Committee is a subset of the board, a lot of board members do attend. However, we end up going over it again at the board. So that's why this is a board request. But, if we get a new Human Resource Committee chair who wants to take it in Human Resource, and we could always do that too.
Sure.
Respectfully, we don't want to do it twice.
Yeah, and that's the primary reason why we were bringing it to the board, because it eventually comes to the board. Yes.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment, I guess, based on the request. I mean, my initial question was kind of to get an idea of whether we're net negative or net positive overall. But, if I guess we just need to be careful if we're going to provide the number of individuals leaving or departing and their years of service. I just don't want to give off the feeling that they're leaving because of negative reasons. There could be a number of reasons why somebody leaves an organization they could have gotten a better offer. Maybe they decided to move from the state. Maybe they're having personal issues. And I just don't want the press to pick up the fact that if somebody's leaving and we're losing institutional knowledge, that it's a negative towards the organization. I just want to caution, if we're going to do that, I think we should clarify, just make it clear that it's not speaking to any negative or positive reason as to why these people may be leaving the organization.
Chair. I agree with Kika with when we report on people leaving the organization, if possible, you could just say, give a short reason, like other opportunity for personal reasons or whatever. The only thing I don't agree with Kika is that I'm not really too concerned about asking for the information for our decision making and how we monitor the project, as opposed to how does it look in the press. I think we have an obligation to oversee the project and to ask relevant questions of the staff so we could properly and appropriately oversee the project. Not so much, concerned if we ask this question, how would it look in the press? I mean, that's just my opinion. Others could be different, but thanks.
Yes.
Can I just clarify? I'm not saying that my concern is more about how we look in the press. My concern is the fact that when the press picks up this kind of information, unless we're being absolutely clear as to why we're asking for it, they may construe it to be for some other reason and report it as such, which is not going to look good for the organization. I'm just as concerned as everybody else as how this may indicate certain things internally. It's not my concern how we look in the press. I'm actually probably one of the board members that least is concerned about how we look in the press. But the fact is, what we say here is oftentimes I should say, misconstrued and how it's reported publicly. That's all I'm concerned about. So we need to just be clear why we're asking for the information and the information we're getting, that we're accurate in reporting it out so it's not misconstrued if it is reported in the press. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Yes, Lisa.
I'd like to add to a little bit to the topic here. I'm a little concerned that as a board, we're getting into the weeds. This is one of the areas that we trust Sandy and Lori to manage. Now, I don't have the history. Maybe there's a reason why we want to get into the details of why somebody would leave. But when I left the project, I was 10 plus years, but just for retirement, and that I may not be so inclined as a person to want information like that to be disclosed. I just feel like we're maybe a level too low for what our role is, but maybe that's just me not understanding the role of the board.
Anyone else? First of all, I'm not sure that in terms of.
I'm just trying to get in.
Natalie, you want to go?
You're on mute now.
Finish your topic, please.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I say go ahead and finish what you were going to say, please.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure whether the reason a person leaves is going to be something that can be disclosed, because that's probably within the confidentiality of an employee. And I think that if you're a city employee in particular, if you're an HDR employee, that's completely out of our kuleana. I think you were HDR. It's not something that we would get into anyway. Matter of fact, this isn't supposed to even discuss HDR employees. The reason why there was an interest in this was, and I think Robert's request on the years is a very valid one, because I think that if we're losing institutional knowledge, we should know, because even if you backfill that position with an HDR person, chances are that HDR person doesn't have the 10 years of knowledge as to what goes on. So what we were concerned about was the fact that we were not filling positions with city employees. And as you may or may not know, the originally authorized, or when from the time I was on the board, number of positions, city employee, is 135. So we've already substantially reduced that number to 96. And as you can tell, the actual filled position number has consistently been about 40-ish. Right, Sandy? That's about the filled position with two of my what I call 90-day wonders. If you know anything about city and how city and state 90-day wonders are those who are technically retired. They have to retire out by the 89th day, and they can be rehired, but they're called 90-day wonders. So we have, I think, two 90-day wonders within that number. So the concern was, no matter what was done, we couldn't break through on that number. And we think maybe there's other reasons why, like collective bargaining, for example. There may be other reasons why that's affecting this number. The employees of the city are what we call personal services contracts, which are 1 year and renewed every year. And that's an issue. HDR, as you know, you're totally at will. In other words, HDR can say, you know, you're going to be relocated to another project at any time. But we don't count that. The only reason why HDR becomes a concern is that we don't know whether, because you can backfill with HDR, whether the effort to fill these positions with city-related employees are somehow lost. Because the city employees don't get paid as well as HDR. And it doesn't cost us, like Anthony established earlier. HDR employees cost us about, almost 100% more. They get a certain amount of money, but HDR gets the overhead. Oh yeah, we've paid for engineers near $1 million, and then they may earn 400, 500,000. But that's because the city, under the city structure, you can't pay the quote specialized engineers that amount of money. I don't think we're at that position anymore, that we need to have that. But that's the reason why the board members have felt that we should begin to build a force that can continue to do and be on the city payroll on rail, whether it's Ala Moana and beyond, and we have all these other issues. But in order to do that, we need the staff. So that's why the higher ranking, when I say higher ranking, I mean those who get paid more, city employees are what we want to see filled. Just to give you an explanation why. We're not asking, and I don't think we can ask, you can check with Lisa and Dan, I don't think we can reveal why they leave unless they allow you to do that. And I'm not sure if you're doing exit interviews or not, but that was another issue, was who does exit interviews, so we can find out why we were losing personnel. And that was, in my opinion, the lack of an HR director, which failed to do that. Laurie used to double time and do that position as well, but I've always felt that she can't do really exit interviews, in all fairness to the person leaving, plus for her. So I think that's the reason why we have done this. I do believe that we shouldn't, well, you can double check whether they can be revealed as to why they're leaving. But the other issue is going to be, having said that, we do need to know, I believe, what years of service they have in their position. So are we losing that institutional knowledge? That person's been there for 10 years, especially with a personal services contract. To me, that means that person has withstood this yearly renewal and is committed to the project. So that person leaving after 10 years, I mean, we need to know. What I would like to know is if you fulfill that position with an HDR one, like what you're talking about earlier. Because that, to me, is backstopping, which means that a position never needs to be filled. And we need to know why we can't fill it. But anyway, Natalie,
Yes, thank you, Chair. So my question actually kind of relates to something you said as well as Anthony's question earlier. And this is to Lori. When we're comparing an HDR person versus a city employee, is that comparison being made based on the salary at the city level?
Yes, unfortunately, most times even the base salary is higher than what I can offer at the city. And then on top of that, we have to pay the overhead.
Okay, so so when we're making these comparisons, if a consultant is charging, let's say, $100 for an employee, that consultant is covering everything that's employee related, the workers' comp, the TDI, the payroll taxes, the health insurance, the retirement. And so I think in order to make a fair comparison, we need to be looking at more than just the salary. So I ask that we all keep that in mind, because I don't think it's as much of a disparity as we're thinking that it is.
That's a good point. The city does pay for all of the benefits, including the retirement afterwards. Correct.
Thank you. Thank
So
you, Chair.
Natalie, I don't know if you understood that, but when we calculate salary, and the same thing with the state, we calculate, when we budget the actual salary. The fringe comes out of another pot. So for example, if you're with the state and you get paid X amount, the fringe is paid by DAGs, I think. And I think the city is the same way. You pay a salary amount under your budget, but the fringe comes from something else.
From a budgetary point of view, that's correct. But when we have an employee that we fill, we estimate 67% for the overhead and fringe. So that number is a published number. It's a known number. For administrative purposes, ERS and health fund are in a provisional account that's controlled by BFS.
But Laurie, we don't pay that 67%. Hart pays for it?
Yeah, it's in the budget.
So what, is that in that administrative overhead cost that we pay?
No, it's in the, when you look at the budget, maybe I should have, maybe I should
It's
have.
in the budget?
Richard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the fringe. Yeah.
But it's about 67%, is that right? It's a big number. Yeah, it's a big number.
But in other words, Chair, since we have that number in the budget, we can actually compare apples to apples and compare HDR to a city employee.
Yeah, we'd have to add it on.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I could tell you, and Lori could confirm, or whoever pays any of the invoices at Hart could tell you that the 67, it's not 67% that HDR charges. The administrative fee is much higher than 67%. Yeah, so.
So,
Yeah, and for all, HDR provides support services for the employee that's not covered by fringes and things. They provide personnel services. They provide all of the other services too that are not reflected in the fringe benefits. So it's no question though that from a cost point of view, consultants are significantly higher cost than agency employees. The real issue is getting agency employees at the rate that we pay them and getting the skills with that. And that's the hard part, I think, that's the hard part for us at DTS. I'm sure it's the hard part for Hart too, is finding people with those specialized skills, because that's a pretty small universe. And if the market says that those people expect $240,000 or more, that's where it becomes difficult to recruit from a city payroll perspective. If we're going to offer $120,000, where somebody in the market can get $240 for their services, that's the hard part.
but we've had, Laurie is city. Rick Keene is city, I believe, right, Rick? Vance, you became city. You're city too, right? Yes? Corey is not, I believe. Corey, you're HDR, right? And Corey, you're HDR, right? Yeah, Corey is HDR. The only recent example I can think of is Nate was actually HDR and he transferred to city. So he did take that cut. or whatever it was. So, you know,
Thankfully,
it was.
he did not take a pay cut, Chair.
He didn't take a
not
pay cut.
Take a pay cut.
But he went from HDR to city. So that means that there's some wiggle room because I believe Nate was not cheap. So you had that. So there is the capability to do it. And then you, of course, then save on the overhead of HDR. Because the overhead of HDR is, sorry, Lisa. Oh, you were with you were with Stantec. But HDR, well, that's why we shifted a lot from HDR to these Jacobs and Stantec and everyone else. We started to have those employees as well.
May I add to this? I think one of the things that even if the salary was the same from the city to the contractor, and coming from a contractor's perspective, the one-year contract is difficult to move from a contractor's position to a city position. Because, and especially when you get into the specialized engineering areas, because the people that are in those positions that have that skill set are in high demand also in the mainland. And if we pay them $100 here and they get $100 there, here we also have the red mark that it's only for 1 year.
Please understand though, PSCs give us the flexibility to have the higher salaries.
True, I know,
I've been
but there's-
battling with DHR. If we go to civil servants, the salaries are going to drop even more.
Exactly, but I'm saying that it's still part of the equation. There were numerous times when I entertained the idea of coming to work for the city, and that was off-putting for the hard side of things. And then I never did apply for the other side.
So can I ask you something, Lisa? So the PSC is like a one-year collective bargaining agreement, right? When you're with Stantec, I assume, one, you did not have a union.
No.
So you didn't have that.
Right.
I assume, and I could be wrong on this, that you did not have an employment contract that was for longer than a
No.
period of time.
I did
So,
not.
so
It was that well.
technically, the PSC gave you, quote unquote, a contract for a year, which you didn't get.
Right,
Because most engineering firms are not organized under collective bargaining, and two, they do not give those kinds of contracts unless you're the president and you're gonna, leave someplace else and go there.
Right.
So I understand what you're saying, but it would seem to me that the PSC gave more protection to the employee than you're technically totally at will when you're at Stantec.
so does the PSC with the city prevent the person from being let go mid-contract year?
For a year, for the year, yeah. I mean, that's up to the,
I don't think that,
At PSC, they're at will too.
yeah.
They can be terminated at any time. Their contracts cannot be longer than a year.
no, they can't be longer than a year, but if it's in the mind of Randy,
They can be terminated at any time for any reason.
so, but Randy Pereira still has the opportunity to come in if he wants to. Yeah,
He signs a contract that says at 14 days notice, they can be released.
yeah, but that's still subject to, because you're paying dues to HGA for that year. It's coming out of your paycheck.
If you choose to pay the dues, right now, there's a
But
choice
he's
for the
still-
employee.
Well, no.
Yeah.
I've gone through this. I know the Janus decision.
Right.
Yes, you could say that, but you still have an obligation under the Supreme Court to provide
To
the
provide
services.
representation.
Right, so you still have to represent them.
Right.
That's different than what you're saying, Roger. The
Yeah.
Janus decision says that.
Well, I know that on this board, there were many employees that were let go in midterm. And I don't recall any times when HGEA came in to represent. They did? Okay.
But it's up to, but the problem is, yes, the measure of damages, but the question Lisa has is for the contract term.
Yeah.
Yes. And then sometimes it's just worthwhile for management to simply say, look, you just serve out your 1 year term. So you have a protection of 1 year. Anything else?
If I could just say, Chair,
Yes.
from a 30,000-foot perspective, what this does is illustrate the need to explain to the public and educate the public why we need to raise public sector salaries. If we keep them as low, and this is after 40 years of being told that government is evil and government's the problem, and so we've cut and then we can't recruit people. And if we do recruit people, sometimes they're not particularly good, and that's why they're working in the public sector, because they can't get a job in the private sector. And so, generally speaking, not just here but across the country, we have to get the public into understanding if they want decent public services, that we got to pay the salaries.
Yeah, and at the city and at the state, both entities have recently implemented a new engineer's pay schedule that provided a minimum of 10% increase over the previous schedule. Unfortunately, I think those schedules, by city opinion, are not applicable to Hart. Or are you getting the higher engineer scales for your employees?
It's under discussion with DHR because I
Okay.
pushed back pretty hard.
Okay, so, but there has been a recognition, even by the city and by the state, of the difficulty of recruiting specialized engineering talent.
But the other thing the state employees do have, and that's why I don't know how many qualify in Roger's situation, is that after a while, with their longevity and so forth, they can make more than the directors. And a lot of times they do make more than directors because of just the way the collective bargaining, and then they may not be members of a collective bargaining unit themselves, but they usually have a Me Too kind of provision where they get the pay raises and so forth. And then they get civil service also is civil service. So, you vest after 2 years and then you cannot be cut. So that's the usual situation. But I'm sure Roger has people working for him who make more money than him.
Actually, I don't think I do.
You don't?
I know that.
Patrick was here, yes.
I know that when Patrick was here, that's true.
Yeah.
But at this point in time, there are none. But I know in other city departments, you're absolutely correct that there are, and there's not a whole bunch, but there are some instances where employees make more than the directors do. I think there's some that may make more than the managing director or the mayor. And I think it's the same in the state. The state, I'm sure there's a number of employees that make more than the governor does.
Oh, yeah, there is.
Yeah.
And then there's more than, the attorney general's deputies that make more than the attorney general. So, and it's a function of longevity. So there's two types.
We directors do it for the public service.
Poor thing. The way they keep them, of course, is because they don't vest until they got 10 years. So political appointees last only 8, but that's okay. You do it for love, Roger. Anything else? If not,
Chair, I did want
yes.
to comment and just kind of quickly circle back to your comment or discussion on the exit interviews. We have been completing those exit interviews.
Have you been doing them?
Yes.
Yes, no. My
Okay.
question on
Okay.
exit interviews was when Laurie was technically the head of HR, that it put her in a precarious position and put the employee on. So we were looking. Yeah. Yeah, she couldn't do it. And then we couldn't find out why people were leaving. So I assumed you were doing it, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you very
for
much.
the clarification.
Anyone else? No? Thank you. Thank you. So members, we're now going to, by the way, anyone here to testify on any of these items, 3 and 4, and we moved 4, but on 5, anyone? And we have nothing written, right? Okay. So we're going to move to agenda item number 6, which is status report on Hitachi Rail Hawaii joint venture delay claim. Anyone here to testify on this item? Anyone? Nope. So with that, we have Daniel Kim and Lisa Hirahara. I see you're both core. Is this an executive session matter? This is an executive session matter. So members, may I have a motion that the board enter into executive session pursuant to Hawaii Revised Statute, Section 92-4 and subsection 92-5A4. And this is to consult with our attorneys on questions and issues on a matter pertaining to the board's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities.
Chair, I so move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, members? If not, I'm going to assume that we have unanimous consent and we will move into executive session. Because we have persons, before I do that, Natalie, do you want to have your usual statement on
Yes,
executive
please.
session?
Thank you. Yes, so I understand since I have not signed the confidentiality agreement and that there is a difference, a 180 difference in the opinions of the Attorney General and Corporation Counsel, that I will not be allowed to attend the executive session. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie, and we'll put you in the room, whatever room that is. And we will stay in this room, so everyone else who's not relevant to the executive session, can you please leave? And as soon as they are, we'll go into executive session.
We have Art online too.
No, that's Art staying.
Okay.
Art, you're staying, right?
There he is.
Yeah.
I am.
Yep. Okay, so with that, so everyone here is relevant to executive session? Okay. We'll wait for a moment. Thank you, and we're out of executive session. It is approximately 10:37 in the morning. I have to give a summary, and the summary of the executive session was that we were being apprised by our attorneys about an upcoming mediation over a claim by Hitachi against Hart. So with that, let us now return to the rest of the, oh, and by the way, no votes were taken, no votes are required. It just was a discussion among the members with our attorneys about this specific issue. Now with that, we're going to move to the next agenda item. By the way, is there anyone else who might have wanted to also give testimony on agenda item number 6? I called for it earlier, but I'll call for it again because it was a while. Okay, we are now members. I know we moved the issue of the board leadership elections to the end of the agenda. However, it looks like agenda item number 7, committee and board meeting schedule, is probably something that should follow the election. I think, yeah? And then the agenda item number 8 was discussion on amendments of rules and operating procedure of the Board of Directors is also, I think, that's related to the board, who becomes board chair. Would you agree? Yeah, so with that, my proposal is, with your concurrence, because those items should follow who is the chair, that what we should do is go back to agenda item number Roman numeral 4, which is the board leadership election. So hearing no objections, I'm gonna take it out right now. Anyone, do you have any problems with that? Kika? Okay. So members, as I was explaining earlier, the board leadership election, which normally occurs, in my opinion, prior to the beginning of the fiscal year, because we have to do it yearly, was deferred by board action to no time specific. So we have moved it onto the agenda because we have to do it before the end of the year, so the end of this year. So with that, I think I had Cindy sent out an email to all of you as to whether anyone was interested in the board chairmanship or the board's vice chairmanship, and whatever committee and committees one may wish to serve on, or in chairmanships within the committees that one may wish to have, so that anyone who becomes the board chair could then rely on that email. My understanding is we had no response?
Chair.
Yes.
Just you. I sent one in.
Oh, sorry.
But as far as board leadership.
Oh, but you requested the board positions. Okay, committee membership.
I didn't want to presume to be the chair of this board at my first meeting.
Well, if you want to put yourself up, you can.
I have chaired a board like this, but I think this is early.
Yes.
Yeah, just for clarification, I believe I recall the email that was sent out requesting for anyone interested in serving on committees. I don't recall it asking for anybody who was interested in serving as chair and vice chair. And if it was, I stand corrected. But if I understand the rules correctly, nominations for chair or for the officers of the board are by motion and not necessarily by an email.
No. It was just to see if there was anyone interested in serving as chair or vice chair of the board.
Again, I don't recall that specified in the email. I recall the committee chairs, but I don't recall leadership being a part of that email. But again, if I'm incorrect, I stand corrected,
Well,
but I
think
don't
it's-
recall.
Like you said, it's actually irrelevant because you can just nominate whoever and nominate yourself if you want to.
Well, I just want to make sure that we're not basing interest or disinterest on an email that I don't believe included vice chair and chair. And I believe the rules state that leadership of the board is by motion, not by email. I just want to make that clear.
You're upsetting Azuki, but.
I have that effect, you know.
No, I don't, I hear you, I don't know, I thought that was an email that was sent out, but if it doesn't matter, I guess is what
all
I'm
right.
trying to say. It doesn't matter because we would open it up for, and you're right, we would open up for nominations and an election, and then both the chairmanship and the vice chairmanship. And as I stated earlier, this is till next year and before July 1, and hopefully in June sometime, I think is when we traditionally have had these elections on the board, we would have another election. So it's from now, arguably, to June of next year.
So I guess, I mean, I have a question, I guess, prior to opening it up for nominations. I mean, you know, you've indicated publicly that you had intended to step down as chair. I know that there was a previous board meeting where there were, you had stated again your intent to step down, and we were going to entertain new nominations for board chair and vice chair. And I guess one of my questions is, what are your intentions now, and has that changed? And if it has, if you could explain why it's changed since your last announcement. And also, and I think this kind of, for me, I know that there was a self-reporting on your part that I think had a lot to do with maybe your intent to step down as chair, and what the status of that self-reporting might be.
Could I just follow on from Kika's question as well before you answer that? Because I don't recall you saying that you were stepping down. I recall you saying that you would step aside while an investigation would be conducted into the bullying allegation. But I never, and when you suggested at the time, I made clear that I didn't agree with that decision on your part. And then Kika said, you know what, let's push off the officer elections for a bit. But I did not understand that you were stepping down.
It was in the newspaper. That's how I learned about it.
No. I don't care what was reported in the newspaper. What was said in this,
I recall it too.
it wasn't stepping down. It was stepping aside while.
You know what? Hey, listen.
But why don't we hear what the chair has to say? Yeah, but I mean, I think it's an important
It is
distinction.
very important. That's why I'm asking the question,
Yeah,
Anthony.
yeah, exactly.
Okay. Let's hold off. I believe that what was important at that time was that we were at a critical stage. We had CCGS going, we had Laurie's contract going at that time, and I did not want to be the focus, to put it bluntly. I didn't want to be the focus, so that's why whether I said, well, I had the intention was to have the board look at someone. I mean, someone else could become the board chair. If that would facilitate both the election of, not the election, but facilitate Laurie's contract. And as you all know, I never voted on that contract. I never participated in the contract because I didn't want it to taint this board. So my issue all the way through has been this board and what the perception of this board has been. However, the fact that we deferred any kind of election, I in essence have become the de facto chair, not participating in anything to do with Laurie's contract and even voting on that, and all of you did that. So I guess whether or not I would entertain the chairmanship again, I would say that I believe that one thing we can do is we can have continuity to the end of this term, which is next year. And at that point, depending on what's left to be done, I can revisit it, or you can revisit it. I only serve as chair if you guys want me to serve as chair. It's not something that I say, hey, I'm going to be it, and that's it. It's not. It's a vote that's taken by the board. And the board's confidence is what is critical to the running of HART. I don't know anything. I've asked about what happened to my self-reporting, and I've had absolutely no response from anybody. So I don't know what's going on there. But it has not interfered, in my opinion, in any of our transactions to date. And I think the most important thing that we had to get out as a board was Laurie's contract, which we have done. So if you have any other follow-up questions, so that's my position now, that if it's the feeling of this board that we finish out the term, then we'll finish out the term. But if it's the feeling of the board that no, we should change right now, then we change right now. This is just up to the board. It's always been up to the board. It's not up to me.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to propose, if you'll accept, that you continue as board chair for another year. And I suspect for correctness purposes, it probably makes sense to make a separate motion. I haven't even had a chance to talk to Kika about it, but I'd like to nominate Kika to continue as vice chair.
It's not another year, by the way. It's till next year, June.
Till next
July
June,
1.
next summer.
Next summer.
I'll second.
And we have a motion, we have moved and seconded, and it's regarding both.
Well, I thought you might want separate motions for the separate officers' positions, so I've offered them as two separate motions.
Okay, so yours.
And I second 2 separate motions.
We have a motion, we have on board, both. We can take it separately or we can take it together. Well, it's depend how the discussion goes as to how we vote. Any discussion?
Chair,
Yes.
I just have a question. Kika, are you interested at all in being the chair?
I've been asked that, I think, previously in public and at the current time, I agree with Chair that the position requires a lot of time and effort. And right now, at this moment, I just don't believe that I have the time and to commit to the position, and I wouldn't want to take on a role that I felt I couldn't give 110% to. So the answer to that is to the chair's position is no. However, I've always been interested in continuing on as vice chair because although I don't have the capacity right now, the time to commit to the chair, if the chair is for some reason not able to be present or at a meeting, I'm ready and able and willing to step in to facilitate the meeting in their absence. So that's a position that I've taken. But I appreciate you asking.
Thank you, Kika. Thank you, Chair.
Any other discussion? Roger, you have something you have a light on? Oh, Chris.
So one advantage I have coming in here is I have no personal relationship with anyone in the room, so I don't have to worry about that. One of the things that prompted my application to this board was that threat from the FTA to yank our funding if we didn't show leadership things that made them happy. And what I read was the response was, okay, we'll deal with her contract. I'll step aside as chair. That'll cease the drama. And I thought that was very good. I thought that was sort of self-sacrificing of you and quite noble. But if no one else is going to get nominated, we don't have much choice. But I am a little worried that if what you said before doesn't happen, we might lose some credibility, right? And the biggest thing for me is if the FTA is unhappy with it, right? Right now, I guess I'm waiting. You're probably going to call for, are there any other nominations? If there aren't any other nominations, then the fact that you remained, you say, well, she said she was stepping down, but no one else stepped up. Okay, fine. But if someone else does, then I think for our credibility, we might have to carry out what you had said before.
Chair, I would like to say.
Yes. Art? Was
Hi,
it you?
Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to say a few things, about, my support for you, Chair. And, I've experienced your past performance on the board, and you led the board without discrimination. I've also witnessed your leadership skills, and I felt like you led the board and took us down a road that, that led to public confidence. I know that you bring a lot of knowledge, institutional wise and also law wise. And as far as your past experience, I think that today and right now, you're the most qualified person to continue your performance and your role as a chair. So I'm just expressing my support to you, Chair.
Thank you, Art. Anyone else have any comments?
I have
Yes.
I have a procedural question. Hypothetically speaking, we nominate a chair, we take a vote, and if in the case that Ed's not here, in the case we can't reach the requisite number of votes to appoint a new chair, what happens then?
We can get this from Dan, but I think we continue. We
And
continue.
what does that?
That means that I continue as chair and you continue as vice chair unless you're voted out. And I think the requirement is that we have another vote, right? Before the end of the year?
Yeah, I think it's actually that a chair and vice chair need to be elected every year. I'll double check the rules, but I think my first response is maybe let's cross that bridge when we come to it, take the vote and see what happens. But if necessary, I suppose the board could then, there could be a motion for a different person as chair. But let me check the rules right now and see exactly what it says.
Okay, Chair. So, I guess, and I really, this is something I've been thinking about a lot. I think I've stated publicly and privately to you how much respect I have for you, and I've stated how much I appreciate you as chair. I think it's without question that you have probably one of the most, as far as what I've seen, historical knowledge of the project. And I've appreciated you serving as chair as long as I've been a part of the board. But I think there are others that are interested in serving as the chair, and there's a couple of things we're looking at. Yes, we have passed some significant humps in the road. One was the CEO's contract and the final segment contract. And those are, in my opinion, more external issues that we had to deal with. But I think some of the internal issues, although they've been somewhat resolved because of the renegotiation of the contract, I don't think they've been fully resolved. And I think some of the internal issues may still remain and may still pose a challenge to the board. the individuals that I'm aware of that have expressed an interest and willingness to serve as the board chair. Knowing that we're entering into a very difficult contract, I understand the contractors are formidable, and we have to maintain that. Our relationship with the FTA, looking at extending the GET tax and the TAT tax, and addressing that with the state legislature, looking at not just completing the Kaka'ako, but also finishing to Ala Moana, as has always been my goal, and even going beyond Ala Moana if possible. I agree that we really need someone that has the capacity to help us maneuver through many of the obstacles that are probably gonna hit us. But with that said, because of these internal issues that I think might still be festering that have not been resolved, and the issue that I asked about prior that was self-reported obviously hasn't still been resolved. It might be a good time to consider going in a different direction, even if it's temporary. I mean, this is and what I mean by that, it's an abbreviated term. And I do want to state that, the rules allow for the board at any time to remove and replace any officer by majority vote. So it's not a definite term. It's an at-will position, so to speak. But yeah, so again, it's difficult for me. I respect everything that you've done, but I think at this point, I'm gonna, depending on who's nominated, I'm not sure if we can nominate people that aren't present. But I think if I wouldn't, well, I'll leave it at that.
You want to go first?
Well, after the discussion, I gotta ask Dan. I know I second the nomination of Colleen, right? Just to make things, it seems like other people are interested, which I didn't get a sense anyone was. But could I withdraw my second and just maybe open up 2 nominations on the floor until,
That's what we just did.
No, Anthony nominated Colleen and I second. So what I'm saying is, maybe could I withdraw my second and just, open the nomination to whoever wants to nominate, then we could select based on that?
You can do that, or you can just do that as part of the discussion on the motion that's
Okay,
pending.
all right.
Yeah,
So I'll
and-
leave my second and we do the discussion, right?
And also per the earlier discussion, so my understanding is that there's not actually something in the charter about the election, but the rules say that the officers shall be elected annually by an affirmative vote of a majority of the membership. So if there's a motion that fails as to a particular person, I believe the board would have to continue until there's an affirmative vote for a new chairperson and vice chairperson.
Point of order.
So Chair,
Nominations don't require a second, do they?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I don't think they do. I think anyone's free to nominate, and the chair, of course, can just say, are there any other nominations?
So that would be, okay, let's be clear on this. So we are going to have a nomination of whoever wants to serve and just open it up. So then, I've always thought that you need a second for a nomination, for
Chair.
whatever position.
If they accept the nomination, then essentially it's a second.
No, but I mean, we're opening it up to anybody else who wants to. I've been seconded. So if anybody else wants to serve as chair, they should be nominated.
Right.
right? They should
Or
be on my
nominate
motion,
themselves.
and then there should be a second. And what you'll have then is a election of the.
Yeah, it's a Robert's Rules question, and I'm not an expert on the Robert's Rules. So, I mean, essentially, it's up to the board as to however it would like to handle the process.
I'm pretty sure they don't require a second, because the person being nominated, the person accepts, essentially has seconded.
Yeah.
So there's
No, it makes sense.
Chair,
So, Chair, could I? Sorry,
Yes,
is that Art?
Art?
if you're second of the nomination for you to run as or be a candidate for chair, and if the second was withdrawn, I would like to replace that with my second.
Okay. I don't think we need to do that, but thank you. So,
Chair.
if you didn't hear that, he wants to, if he withdrew, then it would be his second. Go ahead.
Chair, I want to address some of the stuff that Chris has said. I don't think Colleen has done anything to bring us into disrepute with the FTA. On the contrary, if it weren't for Colleen, we wouldn't have had the amended FFGA. That's absolutely clear. If it hadn't been for Colleen's efforts to get the county TAT, the revenues from which bonded over 30 years are $1 billion, we wouldn't have been able to show the FTA that we had the revenues to be able to complete the project to the Civic Center. That's all on the chair. I told the chair when I joined this board that if I had been on the board when her nomination came up, I would have voted against, because I joined shortly after the whole business about the special contract for a consulting contract, and I thought that was messy, and I thought, let's move away from that. Since then, I have been blown away by the way that she has run this board, the institutional knowledge that she brings, the legal expertise that she brings. Frankly, I mean, I admire all of the people on this board. You know, I have great relations with Roger and with Kika, but I couldn't see anybody else doing the job of chair of this board. And so, to me, nominating Colleen is not sort of a default, or there's nobody else, there's no other name. I could not imagine voting for anybody else to be chair of this board, frankly. I think she's done a bang-up job, and it's not been recognized in the media. Laurie gets a lot of the credit, as she should, because Laurie's great as well. I think we're incredibly lucky that this organization is led by these two incredibly competent individuals. They're tough, they clash. As far as I'm concerned, that's to the good of the taxpayers, that we have two very strong, very capable, very experienced leaders who sometimes butt heads. Yeah, I think that's all to the good. And so, you know, I reiterate my determination to nominate and vote for Colleen.
Chair.
Yes.
I want to agree with Anthony. I absolutely believe that under your leadership, we have done tremendously as a board. You have done tremendous leading this board through this time. I agree wholeheartedly. But the board has had a hand as well as heart, and I know you agree with that. But your leadership has been tremendous, and I've said that publicly and privately. But it's not about what we've done. It's about where we're going from here that I'm concerned about. And as I said before, externally, you know, we've addressed some issues that the FTA has raised, one of which was the CEO's contract. The second was the CCGS. But going forward, some of those maybe less obvious internal hurdles still remain. And I'm concerned about the board and the administration of HART moving forward in this last segment, and the hurdles that we may be encountering that still, in my opinion, have yet to be resolved. And that's the reason why I'm inclined not to support.
No, I understand that, Kika. But if you remember my question of Vance when he came up here, was what is the temperature? And I think Roger kind of answered it better when they went to APTA. Because the real concern we all have, or we should have, if you're looking at the future, is the presidential election. And how does that then mean? More than likely, I think one of the things we do know is that it's going to probably affect Buttigieg, who I have great respect for. but it will affect the FTA and it will affect the people there. So the question, when you talk about the future, it's going to depend on, I think one of the things you have to consider is whether or not the future for this organization and how it ties to the FTA and how this presidential election is going to pan out. And that's why I think when we're looking at a situation we're going to next year, we'll be able to make that decision. And like I said, I only serve in this capacity because that's what the board wants. If the board's sentiment is that we're okay with the FTA, we'll be fine with the FTA, hey, at that point, we can always have another election, and we will have another one in June, for sure. But I understand what you're saying, but I think that if you really are thinking about the future, then you really got to look at what we are going to be dealing with in terms of the
Right.
future.
And Chair, just to clarify what I believe I stated in my initial comments, I have looked at all of those and have considered all of those, and I believe that we have the capacity within other board members that have relationships with the FTA to help steer us through those potentially challenging times. And if I didn't feel that way, then I wouldn't be taking the position that I am taking right now.
I'm not saying that I'm the only one who can do that. I'm just saying that to me is really the issue that you have to look at. Because remember, Kika, and I know you know this, my criticism of the FTA in the past has always been they've only paid about at maximum 800 million of the cost. The bulk of the almost $10 billion price tag that we have is paid through the GET and the TAT. And my comments have been, you can't have the tail wagging the dog. No offense, Azuki, but, but technically, that's what we're doing. I think that the best way to resolve this is whoever else wants to serve should come up and say that they're willing to serve and let the board decide. That's, to me, the simplest way.
I believe, as far as I understand the procedures that were explained by our council, is that we will vote on who was nominated today. And if that nominee doesn't receive the requisite votes, then we will stay status quo until such time that we do find.
I don't think that's what you said. I think we can vote, right? I mean, we can have nominees like an election and say it's everyone on this side of the table. We'll vote.
That's, I think, what I just said.
Yeah, we need a vote that results in a majority of the board membership choosing a chair.
So
and a
just to
vice chair.
clarify, I think that's what I just said.
No, I think what you're saying is that
We're gonna
we'll
vote.
each person separately. And I think what I understood that we would be doing is if you're interested, if Roger's interested, and if Chris is interested, and if I'm interested, we would vote and we would say who has the number of votes. And then Chris seems to be agreeing. I think that's the procedure.
Right, which is what I think I just said.
Oh,
We're gonna
okay.
vote today, and if we don't get the requisite votes, then we're gonna move forward.
Can I just ask, is it a majority of the constituted board or a majority of those who are present and voting?
The total membership.
Total membership. Affirmative vote of a majority of the membership.
Membership. So we need 6 votes. Oh, Chris.
Just to reassure you, Madam Chair, and to reassure Anthony, the position I articulated has nothing to do with performance. It has simply to do with what I perceive to be a public demonstration to reassure FTA. And I think that if we can do that, great. But if I'm not hearing anyone else getting nominated, right? If someone else gets nominated, I would think in order to keep that public promise, we should keep it. But if no one else gets nominated, my opinion is we're off the hook. It's like, hey, no one else got nominated, boom. And then if someone says, well, chair promised to step down, and then I say, no one else got nominated, then I feel we don't lose any credibility. That's the basis of my position.
The point I'm making about the FTA is that I think we would lose credibility if we lost Colleen as chair, not the other way around.
Okay. I also agree that since this is already a truncated term, If, for example, someone else got nominated, it's only 8 months, you could come back next June. But I also agree with the point, there's work to be done in the next 3 months. So I'm uncomfortable with delaying this another month. So we've spent a lot of time with one nominee on the floor. I'd love to hear if there's any other nominees. And if there's any other nominees, I'd like to hear about it. If
I'd
not,
like to
let's
nominate
move on.
Ed Sniffen.
But doesn't he have to be here to accept the nomination?
I don't know.
Doesn't he have to attend board meetings to be a viable candidate?
So
Ed's
just- attended one board meeting. That's a fair question, Anthony. And I think in my discussions with Ed, he's committed to making an effort to be at more meetings as well as virtual meetings if need be. And as I stated earlier, if I stay on as vice chair, I've committed to filling in as need be, and the board business will continue to move on.
My issue, and we haven't made a distinction here, is Ed and Roger are ex officio voting members, so they sit by virtue of their position. I'm not sure whether the board would like to have somebody who sits ex officio, because we don't have the control. In other words, if the governor were to say, Ed Sniffen, you're no longer Department of Transportation, if he were to say that, Ed would not be able to sit on this board or serve.
Then we would vote for another chair.
Well, I understand that, but I think what we're looking for is a continuity. But
Well,
I think you can put,
we're coming up with a lot of maybes and ifs and,
well, no, if you
you
want to
know.
nominate him, the question is, does he have to be here to accept the nomination?
I don't know that that's a legal question for me to answer. I mean, maybe it's in Robert's rules, but I think it's just up to the board as to whether you want to accept the nomination.
You seem to
Yeah.
tout Robert's rules. What do you think?
On the County Transportation Commission, I had to run those meetings by Robert's rules. And for the reasons I cited before, where they said you don't need a second for a nomination, that's because the person accepting the nomination essentially is doing the second. So we couldn't nominate anyone who wasn't there or didn't accept. If Ed was here and accepted, then based on what I said before, I'd say, all right, for 8 months, let's just do that. But if he's not here, how can I vote for him? It might turn out he says, you know what, I changed my mind. I can't come to a lot of meetings.
Well, I suppose maybe could there be a second then to the nomination that's not Ed?
Well, wouldn't that be up to the board to decide how we want to
Yeah.
proceed? Because even if there is Robert's rules, the point is that the board rules will prevail over Robert's rules. And if there's an issue of interpretation, it may be whether or not he can be nominated when he's not here to accept the nomination.
so let me explain the reason why I'm nominating Ed. I think I've stated regularly that I'm really, and even during the negotiations for the CEO, we came very close to losing our CEO. That would have sent this project into a tailspin. If you're talking about what can blow this project up, that would have sent this project into a tailspin. And we almost lost our CEO. Again, I'm saying that a lot of those issues, I don't believe have been fully resolved. And I'm looking,
What are those
Let me
issues?
finish, Anthony.
Well, I'm
please.
just wondering what the
Just
issue
let me
is.
finish, please. I think that the reason I'm making these comments, I support everything that Colleen has done for us up until this point. I've always been consistent and looking for the stability of this project, not just in the past, but going forward. And I believe that if we continue down this current road until all these issues have been resolved, then this project may not be as stable as we might think. And I'm trying to figure out a way to somehow maintain stability of the project so that we can try to move through these hurdles that we're going to face very soon.
Kika, you often preface your comments by saying, I'm trying to pursue what's best for the project. And I'm not sure why you say that, because let me finish, I'll let you finish. Because as I understand it, all the board members feel that same way. You've alluded a number of times to internal issues without extrapolating, without explaining what these issues are that could derail the project going forward. I don't see one. There was a contretemps between the CEO and the chair of the board. I would like to think that the two of them have resolved it now. I'm not aware of any internal issues going forward. If you'd like to elucidate what they are, I'd like to hear them. If not, I think we would be insane not to keep Colleen on as chair. We were talking about how the next steps for this board are going to be looking at extensions and how we find the revenue to fund them. That's a purely political matter. There is nobody on this board who has the political connections, the political heft that Colleen has. To me, it would be crazy to lose her as chair at this time, unless you can give me something substantive, some reason why she should not continue beyond some sort of vague internal issue. I don't see that there's any meat to what you're saying, Kika.
Well, first of all, let me answer your first question. I refer to myself because I don't speak for the board. I speak for myself. So I'm giving you my personal opinion and explaining myself of why I have these opinions. That's why I refer to myself. And that's fun. That's you know what? You know what, Anthony, you're gonna let me finish? You're gonna let me answer your questions, Anthony? Sure, please. Okay. So that's why I refer to myself, because I don't speak for the board. My opinions are based on my own input, my own opinions, and I'm trying to explain and justify the reasons why I'm taking these positions, because I know they're very, very important. And my relationship with people on this board is important to me too. And I'm sticking myself on the limb right now by just making the comments that I'm making. But I'm trying to believe that I'm doing the right thing, not for myself, but for the project. And that's just my opinion. And that's fundamental. That's why I say I, because it's my opinion, nobody else's. As far as justification, I think I've laid it out. The claim, the self-reporting issue has not been resolved. I don't even know what the status is. I don't know if they've even begun to look at it. I don't know if they've begun to even question the people that are involved in the process. So that has yet to be resolved. And if you'd like to understand the interrelationships between the CEO and the chair, maybe you should sit down and talk with them individually, because I'm not going to speak for them. But I do know in my conversations with some people that there still exists some internal unresolved issues. And I'm trying to find a way to move forward with this project without having to deal with those issues. Because right now they may be not visible, but they may become visible if we move forward the way we are now.
Chair?
I'd just like to reiterate that I believe everybody who's on this board is serving for the right reasons. They believe in the future.
I'm not impugning anybody's intent on the board, Anthony. I'm not impugning anybody's intent.
Okay, but you keep saying, I don't know where you're coming from, but my position is, and it calls into question the integrity of the members of this board. I'm sorry, that's the way I interpret it.
Well,
Okay?
you're interpreting incorrectly.
Okay, can we
But
hold on to that? And I heard Natalie.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I just want to remind board members that whoever is elected, this is not a vote to kick that person off the board. Whoever is elected, should it be the chair continuing, she still has those relationships with the political relationships. She can still do that. I mean, that is allowed within the rules to appoint certain people to do certain tasks. So that's not going away. And I agree quite a bit with what Kika is saying, that there are still some issues out there. And, this last summer was horrendous, trying to go through those negotiations. So I just ask you to keep that in mind, that the current chair, Colleen, you have, you're still going to bring your same experience. You're going to still bring that same drive to do what you think is best for the project as a whole. So I just wanted to remind board members of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie, for your comments,
I
but
have a-
I do want to say that I think that what you're missing in all of this is, one, I had nothing to do with the negotiations, and I think because it was a pig, I'm very careful about how the rules, especially sunshine rules, are in compliance, and I did not have that. There is a person who was very critical, who is not here, and that's Michelle. And Michelle was somebody who was critical and did the negotiations, and I think those who negotiated the contract, and also but she took herself off, or she was taken off, one or the other, but she wasn't there for the final vote. But notwithstanding, the vote went through, and the vote was there, and irrespective of whether we had enough, we had just enough, and it was done. But
Chair.
I was not involved. Wait a minute, let's, Lisa,
I
please.
just wanted to say there's obviously something going on in the board with the interaction between Anthony, Kika, Art. There's an elephant in this room, whether it has to do with you and the CEO or whether it has to do with board member to board member. And I don't know if that's something that needs to be addressed in a public forum, but it seems that it definitely needs to be addressed one way or the other. So to your question to Kika on what the issues are, I don't know what they are either, but it's clear that there's issues because there's so much emotion happening in this room. So I would say, I don't know how to address that, and I would look to you and Kika as to how to address that, but we're not addressing the elephant in the room.
Well, I think, and let me just say this, I think that what we also have to deal with is that, and what I'm reacting to is what happens in open session. And you heard that with Art and Kika, we've had it with Robert and Kika as well, is that there is that. And I was hoping that we would avoid that, because I really do believe that to have, I don't want to use the word tension, but to have different opinions is good for any board. And I believe that this board has been as successful as it has been. And this board has been successful. I've always said that. I say it in every public speech that I give, that if it wasn't for this board, I do not believe we would have had the TAT, and we would not have had the recovery plan and everything associated with that. FFGA, everything. This board was the one who took the lead on all of that. Having said that, however, you're right, there is a tension. But I've always felt that tension, and I can honestly say, I don't believe I have a tension with Kika. I'm probably one of the few that don't have a tension with Kika. But I think that Kika's participation, and I've told him this, Kika's participation is of value to the board, as everyone else's participation is. However, as I hear this going back and forth, I don't necessarily want to be the focus of dissension, but I'm also not going to, even more so, step down or step aside, because I hear this and it's going back and forth, and it centers, unfortunately, on you, Kika. And it's something that I think the board has to clear up, and the board has to vote on.
No, I'm kind of surprised that the focus has shifted to me because that's not the way I see it. But I have no problems with anybody on this board. I have no issues with Robert, Anthony, anybody on this board. I just happen to be a very blunt individual, but it doesn't speak to anything personal. It's just how I feel, and I feel it's important to share how you feel. And along those lines, I just would like to state for the record, the negotiations for the contract was going sideways, Chair. It was going sideways. And I'll put that on the record right now. Until the chair of that PIG, and I was a member of the PIG, until the chair of the PIG was changed, those contract negotiations were going sideways.
Chair,
We
could
may
I?
not
I
have-
had nothing to do
Okay,
with that,
well, I'm
with the
just trying to
negotiation.
I
make.
can't let that slide.
All right, here we go.
The contract negotiations went really well, and we were up at the final last 10% when, for some reason, and you know what, it's not useful for us to do this in public and talk about it.
I unfortunately didn't
But
want
I
to
don't agree with you. The contract negotiations in the PIG went really well, and there was very little left to do when Roger took over as chair. There was just 10%. It was all set up and ready to go.
Disagree with you.
Okay, well, we have different perceptions, obviously.
He was negotiating with me,
Yes.
and I disagree with you. It's exactly as Kika stated.
Excuse me, Laurie, you weren't in the PIG meetings.
It wasn't going to happen.
That's not
Anthony,
true.
Those meetings were not going to happen, and you know because I called you to schedule the meeting.
That's not true.
That
It's simply not true.
I didn't call you to schedule the meeting. You folks weren't meeting with me and my attorney, and we had a scheduled deadline. And I was instructed to stop contacting you folks just to schedule a meeting.
What?
Those negotiations never would have happened until the end of this year if it continued the way it was.
I'm sorry,
I couldn't even meet with.
That's
I
not
couldn't
true.
even meet
You
with
weren't in the meetings. You cannot
She
say
wasn't
that,
in
Laurie.
the meetings. I requested to have face-to-face, in-person meetings on numerous occasions that never occurred. I thought that negotiation could have been wrapped up very quickly if we had those in-person meetings across the table, dealing with issues by issues, paragraph by paragraph, sentence by sentence, and that never happened until the tail end when things were changed.
I
And
just don't.
that's-
Our perceptions
It
are
is what
different.
it is.
We had a series of PIG meetings. We went through the
live in a
contract
different
step
land,
by
man.
step by step. We got very close to the end. Michelle stepped aside. Roger took over, and the last 10% we locked away. I know that Laurie was upset and concerned that nothing was happening, but that's because she wasn't seeing what was going on inside the PIG meetings. It's as simple as that.
She saw the results through her attorney online. And that's what I tried to ask the PIG to consider in person, face-to-face negotiations, which never occurred until the tail end
Kika,
when
can
things
you
were
let
changed.
Roger speak? Because he's been,
Well, I think that the recriminations that are going on are not doing the board any good at this point. I just don't think that there's a positive part of this. There's obviously tension, but I think that we, if we have an election, we should have the election, and that's my view.
Oh, just one quick comment. There's certain characteristics and leadership qualities you want in the chair. But I could tell you someone who is engaged with board members, someone who attends board meetings, someone who are able to offer some value during board meetings, in discussions, in whatever we do. I think that's important. So because of all that, I cannot support Ed. I mean, Ed could be the most competent person, nicest person, but it's hard for me to support someone who don't come to board meetings. You're not adding any value to the board if you don't come to the board meetings, right? I mean, hey, that's how I'm looking at it. Whatever the argument is about the PIG and the contract, I wasn't part of it. Man, now I'm glad I wasn't part of it.
I wasn't either.
But anyway, that's just my short reason why I cannot support Ed.
And could I add to that as well? I love Ed. I've featured Ed in 2 of my films. I think Ed is a hero. Actually, if it weren't for Ed, the Department of Transportation, when they replaced their vehicle fleet, they were going to go for ICE vehicles. It was Ed who single-handedly persuaded them to go for EVs. So, I'm a climate activist. Ed and his wife both drive Leafs. They try to eat less meat to reduce their carbon footprint. When I say he's a hero, I mean it. If he were really involved in this board, I would vote for him in a heartbeat. But he hasn't been involved. And so, Kika, it seems to me that when you nominate Ed, it's almost like a Hail Mary, as if we've got to find anybody to get rid of Colleen. And I cannot understand that.
Lisa, wait a minute.
Sorry.
Let everybody else go. Lisa.
So 2 things. One is that I don't feel like this conversation is about Kika. I think he's getting specifically called out for expressing opinions. And that to me is one of the things on the board that I feel shouldn't occur. And then my second thing was if Roger is willing to step in as chair, I would like to nominate Roger.
I second.
I can't accept that. I don't have the time.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Can I comment?
I wasn't aware of that. Thank you.
Can I respond since my name was invoked? Chair?
Go right ahead. You've never waited before. so
Well, no.
I'm
I mean, no.
surprised
I
that
think
you're-
I think I respect the process, Chair. I think I do. I've always asked for your permission to speak.
So you have it.
Thank
Okay.
you. You know, I mean, it's ironic that the person who accused me of impugning people on this board is actually impugning me. So, you know, I mean, go figure. But no, I'm not attempting any Hail Mary, Anthony, to get rid of anybody. I don't know how much, I don't know, maybe I speak a different language, I'm not sure. But I think people misunderstand what I'm trying to say. It has nothing to do with, I'm a fan of Colleen's. I consider her a friend, and that's why doing what I'm doing right now is very difficult for me to do. But I'm doing it because I believe it's the right thing to do for the project, because I believe there are things that are festering that could become evident if we continue along the same lines, Anthony. And
What
I'm
things?
not trying to, I'm not.
What things?
Again, you know what? This is how I view things. If you don't agree with me, then by all means.
I might
That's
agree
your
with you, but I don't know what the things
By all
are.
means, that's your prerogative. I told you what I felt they were. To me, that's enough justification. If you feel you need to get more justification, you're free to do so. But I'm not here looking for Hail Marys or anything to get rid of anybody. I've already expressed how appreciative I've been of Colleen serving as chair up to this point. But I also have stated that based on my opinion and what I see coming forward and things that I feel have yet to be resolved, I feel that we need to try to move forward in a different direction. Nothing against Colleen.
Okay.
This has nothing to do with her.
Okay,
at
I
all.
accept that. I accept that.
All right. Thank you.
It's
Yeah, we've had a good discussion here. I share some of those sentiments, but I still think that we should, I'm going to support Colleen for this next 8 months, so we can have stability on the board. And I don't know whether you have the votes or not, but I'll state right now that I intend to support it when the vote is called. I think, Colleen, you and I have known each other for more than 35 years, and while I don't always agree with everything, I think you have provided leadership to the board, and I think that at this point, I think the best course of action would be to take the vote.
So technically, we have a call for the vote. And the two names that are up are Ed Sniffen and myself, I believe. Are you putting your name up?
It's vice chair.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't put it up.
I do.
Thank
Because I think he's doing a great job. And despite the appearances, I think he's a great guy.
Anyone, well, technically, we've had a call for the vote, so we're going to have to vote, right? I would have opened a chair's prerogative and asked for any other, I guess I could still ask for any other.
Of course you can.
Yes.
I was also going to say, there's no such thing as call for the vote. One person cannot end a discussion. If you really want to shut down a discussion, you have to move to end debate, and that takes a 2/3 vote. But in this case, what you're proposing is exactly the right thing to do. Any other nominations?
Yeah.
Seeing none?
Any
and
other
then move on.
nominations? Anybody else? There's only
Chair?
one other person who can, which is you, Art. Are you
I-
interested?
I'll make a motion to close the nominations.
We have a motion to close nominations and a second. Any discussion? If not, nominations are closed. There are two names up. my name and Ed Sniffin's name. So how should we do this?
I just do a roll call where people could vote for one of the two.
Okay, so we'll have a roll call vote. Cindy, maybe you can call the roll and then you vote for either one, right?
Chair.
Yeah.
Can we vote on the individual and vote yea or nay?
That's what we're doing.
But only on one at a time.
Right.
Can we vote each individual and vote up or down?
No, because then we're not gonna get a majority. You
But
have
that-
to vote one or the other.
But that's okay. If we don't get a majority, then we continue status
No,
quo.
but you have two votes going out. In other words, it's as if you have two votes.
I don't want it to be considered an either or. I think
Right.
we should.
But it
consider-
is.
No, I think we should consider each nominated candidate individually and vote yes or no on each individual candidate.
I don't know that there's a difference really between how you're gonna do it. I mean, I
No,
think
but
right now there's
that's
two
like,
nominees.
that's like each of us casting two votes,
Right.
right? And then the majority of whoever gets the majority of the two votes is who becomes chair. I think, yeah, and I think what the way it's intended that we vote is we vote for a chair,
Yes.
one person.
Yeah.
Chris, do you agree with that? So you vote for one person?
I'm also getting a horrible feeling that in my first meeting, I may be forced to be the swing vote of this election.
You know what?
No,
If that's the
Then
case,
the offer
if
becomes
that's the case, then I rescind my motion. I rescind my motion to nominate Ed Sniffen.
Wait a minute. If you rescind your motion to nominate Ed Sniffen, you had a second. Who was the second?
What? You
I
seconded,
think
you
To
seconded.
nominate Ed Sniffen.
Oh,
I don't think there was a
No,
second.
there wasn't a second.
But I think there's two nominations, I think, and then there was a close of debate on those two nominations. So
No,
I
but there
think-
wasn't a second on Ed Sniffen,
But
and
I'm
he's
not-
not here to accept. But, and you're withdrawing.
I think Roger second, if I.
Roger didn't second.
No,
Or someone, okay, someone second.
There is no second, and Ed's not present.
so,
So then we just vote on.
I mean, I
whether
could
to-
second just for procedural purposes for Ed, if you want me to. Then we could just get on with this and have a vote.
so I think what
He's
we're
not-
doing,
he's
so
not on
he's,
the-
he's
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 not on the
rescinded
ballot.
his.
Oh,
his-
okay. Oh, okay.
It's like a jury seconded keys, and you can't do that.
Oh, okay.
It's the same position.
Yes.
Yes.
Asking for the floor.
Oh,
And I guess this is a question for legal. If you, the only nominee, it would be, and I think, with Robert Porter, a white ballot.
oh. The question is, if you have only one person, the white ballot is a term of art usually used with union elections when you have only one person. So is it then a white ballot?
What's that mean?
The white ballot means you have no one else.
We still need an affirmative vote of a majority of the
We
membership
still
to
need
have
an
a chair.
affirmative vote, so I guess we could ask for any objections?
Yeah, I suppose so. Just for clarity, so now is is Chair Hanabusa now the sole nominee?
Yes.
All right. So there's one nominee, and I believe then debate has been closed. Although perhaps you want to reopen to see if there are any other nominees, and then if there are none, then you can take the vote.
Any other nominees, now that Kika has withdrawn his nomination? So there's only technically me. So hearing none,
Call the vote.
well, he says it's no such thing as calling the vote.
Take the vote.
Yes, so we can take the vote now. So shall we take a roll call vote, or shall I just say if there's any objections, please note your objections. If not, it could be by unanimous
I
consent.
would prefer a roll call vote.
She prefers a roll call vote, so we'll have a roll call vote. Call the roll.
Let's start with the chair. Colleen Hanabusa.
I guess I'll go yes.
Kiko Bukowski.
No.
Anthony Alto.
Yes.
Lisa Baker.
No.
Roger Morton.
Yes.
Christopher Moylan.
Yes.
Arthur Tolentino,
Yes.
Robert Yu.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
So I guess, your chair till next year in June.
Congratulations, Chair.
Commiserations.
Yeah.
Excuse me, point
Yes.
of clarification, so there were 2 no votes and there are 7 voting members, right?
8.
So that's
8.
There are 8. 8 present.
Oh, 8, sorry, you're right, sorry. Okay, got it, thank you.
This is voting members that are present or all voting?
All,
Yeah, the rules say,
so there are 9 voting members.
Majority of present.
No.
no, majority of the membership. So, and there's, and you sort of raise an ongoing issue, which is that there are 10 members of the board, but only 9 voting members.
Right.
And so therefore, even though only 9 voting members, we still require 6 as an act of the board.
Oh, got it.
Okay, so we have the vice chair of the board. I think that's the second.
I'll second.
We don't have, oh,
We
yeah.
don't have any other nominees.
Right.
So we could call the vote on that one too.
Well, I
Okay.
think you need to call for nominees for vice chair.
I thought we did already, but
No.
No, we did this year.
I would move that Kika be vice chair.
You're too late. I already did that.
Yeah.
Already happened.
And we have a
Second.
second, so I'm,
Robert already-
Looking for other nominations.
Since he accepted, you don't need a second.
okay, so the question is whether there are any additional nominees for vice chair? None? None? Okay, so I'm gonna call for the vote, though that's technically not what we're supposed to do, right, Chris? But I'm gonna call for the vote.
What we're not supposed to do is have one person say, I move that we end debate,
Oh, okay.
right? Or call the question, which
Call
you hear
the
a lot
que-
of
oh, that's
people
right, it's
say.
call the
Yeah, there's
question.
no such thing as call the question.
And to me, call the question ends all debates, and we
Right,
just
and
go.
one person isn't allowed to
Right.
do that. It takes a 2/3 vote.
So with that, members, do we have unanimous consent, or do you want a roll call vote?
A roll call vote.
Lisa Baker has requested a roll call vote.
Okay. Colleen Hanabusa,
Yes?
Kiko Bukowski,
Yes.
Anthony Alto,
Yes.
Lisa Baker,
Yes.
Roger Morton,
Yes.
Christopher Moylan,
Yes.
Arthur Tolentino,
Yes.
Robert Yu.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Unanimous?
Can I make a comment?
Yes, please. You gonna make an acceptance speech?
Nope. Nope. I just want to say again, I appreciate working with you as chair. With that said, again, based on what we just witnessed, I'm hopeful that we can continue working on issues that may still be outstanding internally so that we can move forward as a board and as an organization supportive of one another so that we can do what we're all tasked to do. Thank you.
Thank you very
And
much.
I appreciate, I will look forward to continuing to work with you.
Chair, could I make one last comment as well?
Yeah, well, he had his hand up
Oh.
first, and then let's go to you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to share that sentiment that Kika had too. I think it's time for the board to sort of put any of the issues behind us, at least for the time being, and that we should try to figure out a way where the board and our CEO can work together for the benefit of the project and for hopefully getting our work done in a positive way. That's my hope over the next few months.
Before you go, I just want to comment on something. I think this board has, if anything, put this project first. I think this board has been called upon, whether it's by city council to do the TAT, that's the 3%, and of course the recovery plan, and and also the FFGA and all these various other issues. And I feel that but for the board, a lot of that would not have come together. And I'm sorry that both Lisa and Chris, you weren't here when we were going through that. We had pigs after pigs, and we continued, for example, the TAT pig, which was to get the 3%, then shifted into the recovery plan pig. And so it was just a phenomenal thing. With all the different personalities involved, we were able to do that. So this is an extraordinary board, and it is unfortunate that some may not have shared the sentiments, but I think that when push comes to shove, everyone who has served on this board really does believe that everyone here, even if you may not have agreed with them, has the interest of this project, no pun intended, at heart. So with that.
Yeah, I'm just with my reporter's hat on, thinking about how the media are going to report this meeting. Of course, they've seen a bit of conflict, and so that's what the story will all be about. But the reality is that you have strong personalities on this board who are all doing a lot of work, deeply involved, passionate. I think it's fair to say that actually everybody around this table is passionate about this project. And what you're seeing in public is what you get. There's no fighting behind the scenes. We're all working to the same end, and those passions are on display. But there isn't, Kika and I don't have a problem. We can leave this meeting, go out and have a coffee or a beer after this. The media may not report it that way, but they need to understand that, in fact, we are all working very, very closely together and working very well together. And I think the project is benefiting from it. And I think a little bit of dissension is a good thing. It's constructive. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Anyone else? Art? Natalie? If not, thank you. We are done with agenda item number 4, at least till next year, probably June 2025. So the committee and board meeting schedules, I think that if you would all submit your committee requests to me, and the board meeting schedule, you have a tentative schedule, right, that you handed out?
We do, Chair. This item was intended to be a discussion about whether or not the board wished to meet once a month or twice a month.
Ah,
So this month is the first time that we are starting to meet just once a month, as I think the board decided that it would just try it and see how it went. So this discussion was intended for the members to weigh in on that. Thanks.
so we would welcome feedback to Cindy on that. So as you may or may not be aware, we had 2 separate dates. One was the beginning of the month, which we had board meetings. It was the first Friday usually. And then this board meeting was held at about the 3rd week. So the beginning of the month is what we kind of did away with at this month. And the 2 major committees, POC and Finance, are meeting after this meeting. And the only other major committee may be Human Resources. So what we need from all of you is a preference as to which committees you will serve on. If anybody wants to be a chair, to please so indicate, or else under our rules, it is totally the chair's discretion as to what happens with that. So instead of doing that, please. And you can serve on as many committees as you wish. What we will do, and then so that's agenda item number 7. Any questions or discussions? Anybody has any testimony on agenda item number 7? Anyone? No. Yes.
Chair.
I just wanted to say that since in my position, almost every meeting I attend, they have to get a substitute teacher. Although today is Iolani's fall break, so luckily that wasn't a problem. It would be much better for me if we had all our meetings on one day like we're doing this month. Obviously, I'll come to what the group decides, but I would really love to see it just be one day a month.
I heard Natalie.
Yes, thank you. So there are pros and cons, obviously, to each way of doing it. And I'm thinking, putting this out there that perhaps we could have a hybrid method, because it is really nice to have just one meeting where we have to go into town per month. But as you can see from today, those meetings can get to be very long. And so the other point is that with respect to the committee meetings, you know, sometimes there are decisions that are made in those committee meetings. And if we were to have just everything on one day, committee meetings and board meetings, there's not really any time then for any important decisions that are made in the committee to be followed up with at the board. So by having committee meetings on a different day, we have that break in there to do a little research, maybe follow up on certain things, and then the board can discuss at the next board meeting. So what I'm suggesting is that anytime there's a committee meeting that might have a decision to make, a recommendation to make to the full board, that committee meet separately on a separate day. Otherwise, it could be on the same day as the full board meeting. That's just a suggestion. Thank you.
I just wanted to add that in the old days, Corey knows this, we really had only one meeting. And it was a long meeting, but it was one meeting. So the vote on what Natalie was saying, actually, we took the vote in the board. If there was, for example, the issue of change orders, for example, which now POC has exclusive jurisdiction of 1 to 5 million, and then if anything over 5 million, you pass first, and then it comes to the board. So what happened then was we just did it all at one time. And the question is going to be, and maybe Laura, you can provide input on this, is how many of these change orders do we anticipate in the near future, and how large will they be? Because it could be that we could take care of it in the board meeting. But yeah, if you guys could give us that input. Yeah, Roger.
My sentiment would be that we meet on a monthly basis. I don't think there's a real need for twice a month. And also, given the HART calendar for getting financial statements done, we should try to pick that date that would coincide with the normal time that the monthly reports would be available, so that we didn't have to wait 2 months for a monthly report. That I'm not sure exactly what that date would be, but I'd look to Lori to sort of suggest what would be the best date, if we picked a date that would coincide with the report making, financial and other that you guys do. Is that a Richard question?
I was just looking at Corey, but I'm thinking the later the better, so maybe by the third week of the month.
Third week? Yeah, so I would say once a month, and maybe toward the end of the third week, that maybe a Thursday of the third week or something like that would be a good time. But my preference would be that we only meet once a month, and that we meet at such a time that we get timely information as much as we can.
And I think there was an issue, and maybe Laura, you can work with us on this, was to get the FTA to do a quicker approval, because the reports are there and then they kind of sit on it. So we need to break that loose. Chris, sorry.
Natalie makes a good point, though, about how sometimes a committee wants to make a recommendation. You don't want to wait a full month before the board gets it. Can you just flip the order on the one day? Can you have committees meet first and have the full board meet after that? Wouldn't that take care of that problem?
Well, then you might as well not have the committee.
Yeah, because you're doing it I think Natalie's position, Natalie can clarify it, was that she wanted a time lag so that you could get information.
It wouldn't give you a time lag, but it would give you the opportunity for a committee to make a decision and then immediately, within an hour, vote on it at the board.
By the way, that's how it used to be. Before, when we had one, then we had exactly that, where
That's how our old county transportation commission used to work too. Committees would meet first, and then we would all join with the board, and then there would be a lot of recommendations to vote on.
yeah, and then then it became a question of whether we needed the committees who are gonna, because the way it usually works here is that everybody comes to all the meetings. So you have input and then you're going to the board meeting after that and it's the same thing. But no, I understand what you're saying. And we used to do it that way. The committees would go first. Roger, do you have something else? Okay. Yes.
I just have, I just, looking at the schedule that Cindy provided, I mean, we're meeting today and we're all scheduled to meet, the committees are scheduled to meet on November 1st. I don't think that's reasonable. So, I mean, at least for the remainder of the year, I'd like to stay, because of what we're doing today, and to keep the spacing in between meetings, I'd prefer to stay with one meeting on the same date as the board meeting until, at least through the year.
Like the way we're doing it today.
At least through the year.
Okay, if there's no objection, that's the way we're gonna see, and we'll get a feel for it, because we've done it the other way up until now, so let's get a feel for the remaining months of this year.
And maybe flip,
Right.
I mean, initially, I think the board meetings, the committee meetings were first, but we flipped it. But maybe we can flip it back.
Actually, in all due respect to Cindy, she did have it the other way, but I was concerned about, okay, what would happen in this meeting, and then we would have all this stuff in the beginning, and then we wouldn't be able to make the decision. So why don't, if no one has any objection, first of all, on agenda item number 7, send in your preferences on committees, and if you want to be a chair. And then secondly, we will, if hearing no objection, we'll have the board meeting scheduled with the committee meeting once a month. Okay, I don't.
Chair, just one quick question.
You object?
No, no.
Okay.
No, just one comment. For the committees, for people who are interested, I think just reading the board rules on the next agenda, it seems like we might have to finalize certain committees before we could volunteer for the committees.
You gotta establish what committees there are.
I'm just reading the comments that people made in that, the rules, the board rules and the committees. So, I mean, if nothing changes, then we don't have to change the committee, right? But there were some comments related to the committee.
So I think what we should do is, we have to finish off the rules, but I think we'd probably have to institute another PIG maybe to do that, or we have a PIG on rules, but we had the report is done, right? So what we did do was, if you remember, is that we pulled out certain sections for jurisdictional purposes. So I would ask that everyone go through the rules, especially if you have a subject matter area that you're concerned about. Then after that, why don't you provide comment to Cindy, and we'll make a decision at the next meeting whether we have to recreate the PIG again, and to look at the rules, if there's enough differences in
Are we
how.
discussing the item number 8 right now?
Yeah, item number 8, because I think we were done with item number 7.
And Chair, we
Yeah.
actually, Cindy and I have been working on the rules too, so we can send out an email with a red line version to hopefully
Okay.
make it easier for all the board members to start reviewing.
I'm sorry, did
Madam
Chris?
Chair, I thought we're still on 7.
Okay.
One other alternative is that you can set it up so that people serve on only one of the major committees, and then you have their meetings simultaneously. Right? And again, that's the model we had in the Transportation Commission. So there were 4 committees. They all met simultaneously, and then afterwards we went to the
That
board.
makes it
And so,
difficult for Cindy and me.
what'd you say?
I said it makes it difficult for Cindy and me, and also for Alelo to be able to cover everything.
He means all in the one
day.
One day in one room simultaneously.
Not all in one room. There would be
Okay,
4
we
different
don't-
rooms.
We don't have enough board members for like.
Right,
4 minutes.
yeah, we don't have, yeah.
Well, I'm saying for the 2 meetings.
Yeah, we can do 2 maybe.
We couldn't put in 2 other crews like that. Okay, because it has to be televised, it has to be made public, of course. So there's a whole stuff that goes on behind.
One of the proposed rule changes
Are we
I
on
think.
7 or 8?
Yeah.
We're sort of on what he said.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
No,
Yeah, so one of the proposals was that at the beginning of each fiscal year, when a new chair and new board is, whatever it may be, what they would decide is whether or not they wanted as many committees or whether committees should be merged. Because as this project goes on, I don't think we'll have the same kind of demands on each of the committees. And then we may have more demands. And one of the issues that we have to resolve is the issue of who has control over not only the settlements, but the change orders and the legal issues. But those are things that we have to look at, and the board has to decide. Oh, I gotta go. Lost both of our hard stops. Okay, so we're done with agenda item number 7. Any further discussion on that? Anthony, I assume not. Okay, so remember on that, everyone send in what you want and your preference on board, or the board meeting schedule is going to be as we discussed, which is one meeting date, and the relevant committees would meet probably before the board meeting. Okay? Agenda item number 8, discussion on amendments to the rules and operating procedures of the Board of Directors. Anyone here to testify on that? We have no comments on that. We were just going through that. Please, and both Cindy and Dan will give you a red line version. So we ask that you go through that, and please go through it. And then see if you have any issues with that. Feedback to them. And then what we'll do after that is decide whether or not we need to convene another PIG on it, simply because the board composition, I think, has changed. So we would have to do that. Yes, Kika.
Chair, I mean, I think I expressed this back, I can't remember when. I was part of the rules pig. I expressed it then, and I've expressed it since. And I know it hasn't come up for discussion for a while, but I would highly recommend that we reconstitute a pig, because I mean I've provided some pretty extensive comments on the draft, on the proposed draft, and I have some concerns about the way the rules are being proposed. So I would, you know, I know you're saying the next time, but I'm just making it known now that I think we should revisit this as a pig, because I do have some concerns.
I thought that that's where we would probably end up. So what I'd like everyone to do is to look at the red line version that's going to come out, and then, you know, have your opinions and see if this is going to need a reconstituted pig, which I tend to agree would probably end up where we are. But let's just get the red line versions and you guys make your comments. And if your comments is we need a pig, we need a pig.
Is Hart allowed to make comments to the changes?
You know, that's interesting, because this
I
is the
provided
board.
last time,
Yeah.
and they were pretty much ignored. So I'm just
Right.
wondering if I can submit comments on behalf of Hart, because it affects us.
Yeah. I think that you can submit your comments, and I think that especially if we constitute a pig, it would be very helpful to do that. And and even if we don't, people should get those comments anyway. And if we can treat the comments, can't we treat them as comments and then circulate them among the members?
So everyone can send the comments to Cindy
Right.
and to me, and we can compile them, but we can't then send them back outside of a meeting. It would have to be discussed at a meeting.
At a meeting?
Dan, as Hart, we can send it directly to the board members.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything?
Chair?
Yes.
Yes, point of clarification. So for Chris and Lisa, we did this whole exercise last October, and we did submit comments. Kika and I both submitted quite a number of them. And so now you're proposing, again, if I understand correctly, another version for us to review. So I kind of thought that we were going to discuss some of these changes now. So I just, because I'm not going to be in that PIG, I wanted to express a concern about the way the internal audit committee is being, the rules are being put in for that. And then also just this is, might be minor to other people, but there's also a new wording in here for a definition of state appointee. And I just continue to feel like there's this division between board members and non-board members, state appointees. So when the red line is done, if that's the way we're going to move, I ask that that be changed to be consistent with Act 2017. 2017 specifically said state appointees are ex officio members of the board. And, you know, try to not make it so divisive. At least that's how I feel. Thank you.
Okay, and you can submit those comments back to them? Well, because we don't know what the red line version is gonna finally look like, right? So there is another version that they're doing, which is a red line version, which we will all get, and I'm asking that everyone provide their feedback on that.
Chair?
Yes.
Could I just make a comment? I'm a little confused about this whole conversation. When you go on the board agenda, you could print out the red line version with all the comments and stuff. Yeah, so, I mean, I'm kind of confused what red line version and comment, like all of Natalie's comments are on here. So is Kika's, and I thought, and that's how I know that there's certain committees that's being proposed that we may want to finalize the names and the responsibilities of the committees before someone volunteers for it. I just printed it out off the agenda.
That's right.
Is that a different one from what you're doing?
There's two red line versions online
Okay.
available to everyone.
Two versions.
The first one is an easier to read version with comments only, which hides all of the, you know, the edits like the change in font and things like that. The second version, which follows the first one, it's all in the same document, has all of the detailed edits, including things like formatting and things like that.
Oh, okay.
Chair,
Yes.
I know you have to run. I mean, so I have similar questions as Robert. I mean, do I have to restate my comments again? Or are my comments from the last time gonna still go forward? Or is the draft that we're working on now gonna be different than the one that I commented on previously?
I think in the interest of just so that we have all the comments in one place on one format, if you could resubmit it, it may not be that different. You may just cut and paste, because what I'm looking for is that we did have all these different comments all over the place and we had to pull it all together. So I feel the best way for us to proceed is to actually have one document that we all have, and they're going to put all the comments in that document.
Yeah, so and the one in the agenda right now essentially is that, Kika. So all the comments from the PIG and then all the post-PIG comments are all in this one document. I would encourage you to take a look through and make sure that your comments are in there. We tried to come up with a version that had incorporated a lot of the comments that seemed to have some consensus, but there are still some areas where there seems to be some disagreement still.
Right. No, Kika's comments are in there. Natalie's, chairs,
comments are in
and
there.
others. They're all in there.
Yeah, no, we have comments from Natalie and from Kika in there in the document.
Because the version that I originally saw didn't have your comments. So I knew you had given comments, and that's why we went through this exercise of putting it all together. So that's why. So if it's the same comments, then you don't have to do anything.
Well, if I'm hearing correctly, I think I'll look at it.
Yeah.
I'll make
Because
sure.
we now need comments definitely from Chris and Lisa as to what they think. So we're going to have to incorporate that as well. And then at that point, we'll have a decision as to whether or not, and if you believe in reviewing your comments and giving comments back to Dan and Cindy that you feel that we should reconstitute a PIG, then please say so, because we have to do it by motion in the next board meeting. Okay? So any further discussion on agenda item number 8, which is the discussion on amendments of the rules and operating procedures of the Board of Directors? Hearing none, then we're going to move to agenda item number 9, which is a summary of board member requests made at October 25, 2024 board meeting.
I just have a couple of requests, and they both relate to the staffing report. I believe Kika had a request that the staffing report be updated to reflect that the CFO is not going to be, Hart will not be recruiting for the CFO. The second one being Robert's request that the report include information on staff who've left Hart and their years of service.
So for Lisa and Chris, what we do is, as the meeting goes on, people make requests, and sometimes it gets lost. So at the end of the meeting, Cindy is asked to keep tabs on who's saying what, and then it's given to Lori and her staff. So those are the only ones. If anybody feels that you missed something or something wasn't included, please let them know now so that they can be official. If not, okay, with that, members, we are at adjournment. And Roger's already gone. I have a hard time slot too. So, Roger's gone. So with that, members, thank you very much, and we are adjourned. Thank you. And then are you gonna go right into yours?
Can we take a 5-minute?
Yep, 5-minute break, and we're back to POC.
Aloha, welcome to the Project Oversight Committee meeting. It's Friday, October 25th. It is now, hang on, approximately 12:25, and I want to call this meeting to order. Take roll call. Chair is present. Anthony Alto.
Present.
Ed Sniffen, excused. Art Tolentino, excused. Robert Yu.
Here, Chair.
Thank you. I want to also note the presence of board members Lisa Baker and Chris Moylan. Do we have
me.
any? Oh, I'm sorry. Also online, we have Natalie Iwasa. Sorry, Natalie. Do we have any testimony in the audience or online on any agenda items? Seeing none, let's move forward to item number 3. I'm not sure if this was removed by the time it was posted, so.
No, it was removed subsequent to the posting, but I understand that there's no need to hear it.
Okay,
now.
so I think just for procedural, unless you folks correct me, we'll just defer item number 3 until a future date unknown.
I believe it's just been canceled.
Okay. Is there anybody here to testify on this agenda item? Nope? Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to item number 4, August monthly report, Vance and Corey.
Advance to the Hart Project Director, Patterson, go page 5. And as usual, I'll run through the key items. And starting with the first item, CCGS procurement. As we discussed this morning, contract was awarded back, notice of award was back in August, and then notice to proceed was issued earlier this month. Contractor has already begun moving into our office space. One of the items we discussed with the contractor was moving into our space so that we can collaboratively work together, make it very efficient for our team and their team to run downstairs or upstairs and meet about issues and resolve issues. So that contractor's moving into our office space. They've got about 10 people currently, not including the designer as well. So those guys are also on our floor. the contractor wants to get started as soon as possible, hit the ground running. We've already had preliminary discussions as to high-level discussions on schedule, where they want to start, some concerns, really collaborative effort in terms of what they want to do. Are there any issues? Do we need to work anything out before they get started so that they don't hit the ground and immediately run into an obstacle and then have to resequence or reorganize? So it's been really great in terms of the initial meetings with them and coordinating what we see, what they see, how they want to work, and how that relationship's going to be moving forward. Moving on to CCUR 4 and 4E. So the jacking pits at the Kapalama Canal, this is for the microtunneling under the canal. Those pits were done quite a while ago, and then the microtunneling work had occurred. So we're actually done with the first bore. And these are roughly 4-foot diameter bores under the canal. I want to say a couple of days ago, they daylighted at the other end, and they're complete with that first one. They're going to move the tunnel boring machine or the TBM from that side back to the other side and start again and do the next one. That they're making really good progress in terms of that. So kudos to the team and to the contractor for getting those complete. In not so great news, not too critical in terms of overall schedule. The 138 kV foundations, I know in the report it said it was going to start early October. They were actually a little delayed in starting that work. There was some coordination that needed to be completed between HECO and ourselves in terms of submittals, documents, and things like that. So they're actually looking to start here in the next week for that first 138 kV foundation. And this foundation is located near the Costco Evole area. Moving on to CCUR 3, contractor continues to work through traffic signals and street lighting at the major intersections down there at Nimitz, at Alakea, Bishop. You can drive there at night. A lot of that work is done at night, so those intersections will be closed off. Continues to make progress there. Expected to be completed in the next month or so. We're continuing to monitor that work. The next, major items that were completed, water line relocation that runs along Halikuila. Contractors finishing that work up, made really good progress there. My understanding and what I'm told is from one of the Board of Water Supply inspectors, in his time at Board of Water Supply, which was for many years, he said this was the most difficult water line relocation he has ever seen. So kudos to the team, contractor, for getting that work done. And then we're still tracking substantial completion for CCUR 3 in the first quarter of 2025. They're actually doing a walk here along the alignment for final paving, sidewalk, curb, just making sure that we're doing right paving in terms of having to dig things up in the future. We don't want to, pave something and then come back, 6 months later and dig it up. If we can put it in a state that's acceptable to the city and making sure that it's safe for the public, but then not completely finishing it to have to dig it up again. So they're doing that walk with the contractor here today. I'm hoping to hear some good news later on this week or next week. Moving on to AGS. So some good news here. The contractor, if you recall, we had some issues with the stairs at the AGS stations. A lot of the stairs had to be redone. They actually finished 3 out of the 4 stations, and we did an inspection. Team said it looks great. Very good job from the contractor. They're continuing to work on the 4th station. We actually had PMOC out here last week? A couple weeks ago. They went out there, they took a look at it, they were impressed as well. So kudos to the contractor to actually getting that done sooner than initially expected. They were expecting to finish the last station by the end of the year. So they made up some time there. Contractor continues to close out punch list items, cleaning, touch up paint here and there. Soon to have final walkthroughs and then do the whole station cleaning and getting prepared for turnover to DTS so that we can start maintaining the stations. In terms of the systems work, so I'd say 100% of the systems work is all complete installed. These are the speakers, cameras, FDAS, VMS signs. Everything has been installed. They continue to test. They're actually making good progress in the subsystem testing. So each subsystem at a time. They actually did a preliminary, what we call cutover plan, where they take one of the subsystems and they integrate it with segment 1. So they did the ATC, the automatic train control subsystem first, and it was successful. Obviously, they reverted back to the segregation between the two so that DTS can continue to run revenue service and we can continue to test on segment 2. If you go out there at night, we're running trains throughout segment 2 at night. It's all run at speed, but manually currently until we get through testing. And this is all in preparation for that cutover plan, which is the major testing that will occur early next year, where basically we're gonna take segment 1, segment 2, match them together, and then start testing between segment 1 and segment 2, and then we'll have to make sure that we can segregate segment 1 and segment 2 for revenue service during the day. Once we get closer to what that plan will actually look like, the plan is still being reviewed from our team. Positive news, the overall concept and what's being implemented in that plan, our team is comfortable with. We're just working through final schedule and timing of how that's all going to work. But once that's finalized, we can do a presentation for the board in terms of what that actually entails. Very complex testing, making sure that we don't interrupt revenue service during the day, making sure that it's safe to ride for passengers during the day, and then continuing that testing at night. So, we have to go back to doing similar tests that we did for segment 1 to ensure that the system works properly and that we safety certify the system so that we can turn it over to DTS. And that's all I have, unless there's any questions.
Members, you have any questions?
Chair.
Yes, Robert.
Questions. Let's go back to CCUR3. So initially, the substantial completion date was September 2024. Then I think the last meeting we had was changed to December 2024. Now is the first quarter of 2025. And I would just assume it's March 2025. With the delays, are there any issues with the schedule?
In regards to the overall project schedule, I'm going to say no, but we'll turn it to Court.
Well, I mean, not only the project schedule, but the underground work. There are other works that depends on the completion of the underground work, right? So it's the whole package, not just one thing.
Yeah. That was for.
Could I piggyback on that? Because it sounds to me this latest report is pretty much all good news. It sounds like you're actually a little bit ahead of your schedule. Is there any chance that we could be seeing revenue service on AGS a little bit sooner than you've been anticipating? Sorry, I think it kind of melds with your question, Robert.
No, my question has to be, it's not on schedule on CCUR3.
So I'll take CCR3 first. So, that project has been impacted and delaying from our substantial completion, as you noted. Early 2025 is the current date. The importance of that project is getting out of the way of CCGS, who plans to start working in there as soon as next year. Their schedule still accommodates the CCGS schedule without any impacts. That is, except for the sections where we're doing AIS work, which is pushing pretty close to that. We may have to work with the contractor there. But their substantial completion date still fits where we think we're going to be able to turn it over and give CCGS a clean area to work with there. So
how much schedule float do you have with respect to this? This is 6 months, right? And I understand every time there's a delay when I ask, the answer is more often than not, no, it doesn't affect the schedule. While I understand your position, so what is the float in this particular
I really couldn't give you the clear answer until I see their schedule. We got their contract documents. We're waiting for their documents to come in. We have an assumed version of that schedule. That would say it's about a couple months of float. But
Yeah,
again,
so
I need to see their schedule.
That's my question,
to
right?
confirm.
If CCUR3 has couple months, meaning 2 months of flow, the schedule substantial completion is supposed to be September, so 2 months of flow is November. And now we're bumping up to, now it will be the first quarter of 2025.
No, I'm saying
I
2
think
months
that's what
from-
I'm getting at
Yeah.
with respect to the float.
Yeah, let me be clear. I'm saying 2 months from where we think their substantial completion is now, not from September. So
Okay.
we've eaten into a lot of that float.
Okay,
already.
and
Yeah.
even with the 2 month, adding on the 2 month float, let's just say it goes to May of 2025, it's still okay then, right? Is that
That's
so?
what that's what our
essentially-
information
yeah.
is to date. We're
So
waiting to see the
essentially,
assessment.
CCUR3 has 8 months of scheduled flow because substantial completion.
date?
Yes.
From our estimation, yes, but this is again without knowing the contractor's intentions on when they want to start.
Okay, so as you delay certain things, most likely it impacts cost. So does all this delay increase the cost, the revised cost of CCUR3?
There are negotiations going on with the contractor now to kind of settle, make sure. we
Okay,
have a
that's fair
and
enough.
affordable-
Yeah, okay. Couple other things, Chair. Let's go, been talking about undergrounds and stuff. I want to ask about the Wi-Fi system. The train Wi-Fi system is supposed to be, the completion date is September 2024. Just wondering what the status is since that's not normally reported on.
Yeah, so we're still working with the contractor to meet the availability requirements. There's a performance requirement once they were done with all the installation testing, reach substantial completion, then they have a duration that they need to meet for that service availability, similar to like Hitachi's service availability.
Right.
So we're continuing to monitor that. They haven't hit it quite yet, and we're still working on it.
Okay, so that leads to another question. Are these charts or tables reviewed and updated when reports are issued? Because looking at this, it doesn't exactly jive with what you just said, Vance.
This is August report, right?
Right. So you're reporting what it is today.
Yeah.
But in the August report, the substantial completion is September 2024. So what you're saying is everything you just said, you did not know in August. And in August, you were still planning to turn over the Wi-Fi system in September. Okay, so what is the estimated time of completion as of today?
I don't have that.
Okay.
Check on it.
Okay. Yeah, it just kind of, weird that you were certain in August, and now you're not even certain when you will be done. Okay, all right.
Going back to Anthony's question about segment 2 and getting that completed, they are making good progress, and we see that. I think it's too soon to say whether or not they're going to finish earlier than what we're expecting. With the cutover and all that testing being complex as it is, it's hard to say everything will go smoothly and we'll have no issues and we will beat the schedule. So
We keep our fingers crossed. One of the things you guys do these days, which I think is smart, is you under-promise and over-deliver. Makes sense.
Okay, on that note, on CCR3, in August, your actual percentage of completion is 58%. What is it about today? I mean, 58% in August, there's still 42%, almost half, that you have to do, and you're projecting to be done in the first quarter of 2025. And this is a graph that it was continuously, it is really a moving target, right? I know we've been talking about this for, I don't know,
Robert,
7-8 months.
just so that everybody can follow you, what page are you looking
Oh,
at?
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It doesn't have the pages right.
26. Okay.
26. Okay. Page
Thanks.
26.
So as we discussed and as Corey noted, the negotiations that we've been having with the contractor to reduce the scope based on the optimizations that occurred. So that 58% you mentioned there reflects everything that's in that scope, but in actuality, there is a descope that needs to occur. We have been negotiating with the contractor, and as I mentioned in previous meetings, they had a changeover of their project managers, so those negotiations, I don't want to say had to start all over again, but had to, we had to bring everyone back up to speed and understand what we're negotiating in terms of that optimization. So that, I don't know if we have the actual of where we are, but we can get that for you. It is a little deceiving.
I don't need the exact percentage. Let's just assume that the scoping is done. Forget about they have a new project manager or whatnot. Let's just assume that the scoping is done. What would this 58% increase to? Just an estimate. Like 85%? Because that would be would be in line with something that would be done by the first quarter of 2025.
Yeah, it's definitely in the 80%. We see in traffic signal issues. That's kind of what's slowing them down. They keep running into impacts as they're trenching for these signals in Alakea and other places. I'm hesitant to give you a number. We can look at the schedule values and kind of see what's remaining versus what they completed, give you a number. But even that means, they're doing additional work to kind of help accommodate this issue. So
I understand what you're saying. It's just that I'm taking your representation that it will be substantially done in the first quarter of 2025. So when you come to that conclusion, the questions I ask, you probably would have answers for. That's all I'm trying to get at. Okay, page one. Sorry, Chair.
No,
one
go ahead.
last question. God, okay, my copy doesn't have pages. It's 2.14 schedule. 2.14.
The master schedule?
Yes. With respect to float days.
Page 39.
39. Okay, thanks. Not this one, the one right before that. Yeah, there you go. Do you think, I know you have the HART 2022 Recovery Plan EAC, and it shows, your float days at that time. For the purposes of this chart, is there any way you could extend out and project the blue line, which is the actual? I know you have the actual all the way until, I don't know, third quarter of 2024. Yes. Is there any way you could project like you projected for the recovery plan? You see that blue line and the black line? Doing the recovery plan, that's what your projection is, right? So with the new projection, you would be able to draw the blue line to 2031, right? And if you have that much more float days, it should end before 2031.
Yeah. So that's difficult because that line goes down as we incur impacts on the project and gets our critical path. We can confidently say that we're going to see those impacts. I can't tell you when that impact is going to hit us and how we would map that out.
How do you map out the recovery plan?
So that's based off, you see those bottoms. So those are different risk milestones that we worked with the FTA identify, and that releases the amount of contingency, and we kind of just go down from there. So that's based off of, okay, we give you a schedule. We say we're going to complete this contract. That releases some contingency. We're out of ground. So it's based off of these risk factors.
And you guys just did the risk analysis again, right? And some of those things, analysis that you just described would be part of it, right? So wouldn't you be able to do that for the blue line?
Yeah, that gives us the black line.
No, I understand. But you also do that for the blue line too, right? your risk analysis.
Yeah. So.
Oh, if you guys don't do it, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not-
So Blue Line is what's actually occurred. I mean, you know, it's a difficult one. I mean, it would be a moving target to try to pin when we think we're going to continue to draw down on that. I mean.
Okay, cool.
Just to be
Thanks.
honest.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Thanks, Chair.
Good.
Thank you.
Natalie?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you. So I just had one question, and this is on page 4 at the bottom. It shows the table of the federal funding, and the last line includes the $619 million. And, you know, we had that, those brief comments about the election coming up and what could potentially happen. With respect to that 619 million in the PMOC report, that's broken out by the 250 million that is expected in 2025, and then the remainder of about 369 million. My first comment is, I think those two charts should be consistent. So the 619 million should be split. My other comment is that it would be good to know what remaining contingencies are out there for the or requirements, I should say, the requirements or restrictions on the federal government releasing those funds. We know that the awarding of the CCGS was a big part, but I can't remember if there were other other milestones in there that needed to be met. So if in the next report we could have just a little brief description of that. And if I'm sorry, I have one other question. With respect to those funds and the comments that were made by Roger, he had said that it's recommended to make sure that everything with respect to the FTA is, I think he said, obligated by the end of 2024. If that's what he said, I think we're okay, because the $619 million, as I understand it, is fully obligated. If I misunderstood Roger's question or statement, then my question is, is there anything with respect to that $619 million that we should be concerned about?
I think if I remember correctly, Roger's comments were in regards to grant applications, that they wanted any applications to be submitted prior to the fiscal end for the FTA, if I'm not mistaken.
It wasn't rail related.
Yeah.
Okay, so what you're saying is Roger's comments were related to other federal grants and not necessarily the FFGA money. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thanks for that clarification. That's it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Any other questions, members?
Chair, just briefly, on your chart.
I'm looking for it now, where we're looking at the critical path. You're talking about a gap of between 325 days and 500 days of float. As it is, we only have, I think, 2 days of wiggle room in terms of our critical path at the moment, all the way to the end of the project. So obviously it's very, very tight. How are the things that you've just been discussing, the delays at CCUR 3 and 4, have they impacted the critical path at all?
The impact that we are potentially seeing, so the Dillingham path has kind of stayed pretty consistent. We feel pretty confident there. Again, I'm going to caveat, I haven't seen the CCGS contractor schedule yet, but the exact expectation is, even if we did, because we did award a couple of weeks later than we had thought, that their substantial completion should remain the same. So we just have to understand where are those connections, when they plan on accessing those areas that we've given them, and how what's the production we get through to really understand that path. But right now, I would say Dillingham is still our critical path, probably still about a few days. Caveat, that's when I see the CCGS schedule, we have an opportunity to really analyze that.
So just to kind of elaborate more on what Corey just said, so our schedule for CCGS, being that we didn't have a contractor on board, we took into assumption a schedule, durations, activities, where we see best fit for the contractor to start, and use that schedule and past knowledge of the AGS contract and the West Side contracts, and built our schedule based on that. Now that CCGS is on board, we are expecting them to submit their schedule in the next couple of weeks here. We can plug those dates in that they have for where they're starting their drilled shafts, where they're going to start columns, where they're going to start stations, and really determine where and if there are any impacts based on the CCR3 delay. From what we can see, it's not. It's science in terms of, obviously they're going to start in one area versus another area because we provide access to them at a certain date. So it's a guess in some ways, but it's a educated guess as to what their schedule is going to look like.
Thanks. Two other related issues that well, actually three that occurred to me. One is, we still don't know what the continuation is going to look like beyond Civic Center. One of the tunnel companies we spoke to said, you might want to build a portal before you get to Ala Moana instead of continuing elevated to Ala Moana. That's still something that the extension pig has to come up with some recommendations on. How tight is the deadline? And so another place where I think we've been in conversations in the past is the Civic Center station and how to integrate it into whatever happens, whatever gets built there in the future. And even the downtown station, where we have this vision of doing something, the Grand Central Station of Honolulu, and having a really attractive station there, but that's dependent on negotiations with the owners of the property in Japan. How much time do we have on each of these things, given the fact that the critical path is so tight?
Not much. The contractor, in the preliminary discussions with them, they have a very aggressive schedule to finalize drawings so that they can start even station foundations. They want to get started as soon as possible. They understood from what we've been telling them and from the work that occurred on AGS in the West Side that stations take the longest to get to. And they are developing designs very quickly and very aggressively so that they can start and release those packages as soon as possible. So that window is very small.
I don't know if you know the answer to this, but is the EIS, if we change from elevated to at grade, I think we would have to do a reevaluation.
A revised EIS, I understand that, yeah. I mean, that's why it's such a bear of an issue, is what Civic Center looks like. I mean, in other words, do we build, what do you call it, the tail track beyond the station? If we are thinking that we might have to go underground, then obviously we don't want to build a tail track and then tear it down. So we have very, very little time, right?
And to your point about the Pacific Guardian, very little time. We just met with the mayor on Monday to explain that they're starting their designs already.
Yeah.
So if we need to make changes, that window is really tight already.
Is there any way that the board could see the station designs when they're in, when they get presented to you? Yeah, I know. Yes, I anticipated that question, because you're going to say, not if you're going to suggest changes. No, I'm not going to show you these drawings because I don't. Right. But I mean, there obviously is some concern because the station design's changing, right? We're not going to see the same canopies and what have you. And it would be good if the board were to have a chance to see what those designs look like and comment, if not make any changes that would incur expenses. But I think it would be good if we could stay on top of that.
We can take a look at the schedule for the station design progression. We do have requirements for, like, Chinatown Station, for example, where we need public input, consulting parties and things like that. So definitely can look at that schedule.
Right. I mean, those are the three critical stations that I can think of: downtown, Civic Center, and Ala Moana. And we have to come to some kind of a resolution, and it's very tough. Thanks, Chair.
Chair, one.
Yes. Lisa, any question? Okay. Robert?
Oh, just quickly, could we have a copy of the Chinatown working group to look at the Chinatown station that you just mentioned, or whatever that group
Once the
is?
designs are developed, we can definitely. That'll be a public, presentation.
Okay, once the designs are done, or?
Once I don't quote me on this, but there was a certain point in the design progression where we're required to go out. I want to say it was either 60% complete.
Okay, and at that point, the community would have input on the rest of the design without delaying the work, right? Okay.
And if
Yeah,
they're
if you could let me know
Yeah.
when that will be, that would be good. Thanks.
Robert, do you want that information to be provided in this committee when it's available, or?
Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, either by email or talk about it in this committee. Yeah, talking about it in the committee would be good.
Okay.
Then that way it's a public discussion, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Cindy, is it possible to kind of include that as kind of a follow-up? Okay, thanks.
Chinatown Station.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks. Good idea.
Because I imagine that in fact what you guys will say is if there's public input that
Is demanding change, you'll be forced into a position of saying, you can do what you like, but it's going to cost you, right? Basically, it's what it's going to come down to. We want a more beautiful station. That's a change order. It's going to cost money. Where's the money coming from?
Any other questions? I just had a quick one on the, critical path. I know we may be covering this in the PMOC, but I noticed that they had pointed to the CCUR over here. Like, I think, like Anthony mentioned, it sounds like we're on track. And if I'm hearing correctly, CCUR 3 as an individual project is a little delayed, but as it pertains to it in the big picture and the overall project, it's okay.
That's right.
But and the CCUR 4 though, I mean, is there a concern that is kind of close to critical path, or?
CCR 4 is our critical path.
It is.
That is our critical path right now. And it's not just 4, it's 4 to 4E with HECO's kind of concurrence in between. So there's a relationship between all 3 that's our critical path to get us clear and access.
Okay, but as far as scheduling, we're moving forward. I mean, because I thought I had read somewhere where NAN had submitted a delayed plan, a schedule, or was asked to submit a plan to address some potential delays. Am I?
NAN has had some impacts, and we're settling those now. That would have already been included in our current path, our current schedule. So those are things that the impacts that I'm aware of have already been cleared. So they're moving along and trying to hand over stuff to 4E as we anticipated. But nothing that's increased their length at the moment.
So I know that there was in previous meetings there was some. I guess on the risk, the chart, color chart.
Yeah.
That they had some labor, some shifts that we were keeping an eye on.
That's correct.
Has that been addressed, or is it not an issue, or is that in any way affecting the schedule on Dillingham, or is that? I know it's kind of been down to from a red to a yellow.
Yeah.
Not to get into the colors, but.
Yeah. So you're pointing to the resources that was committed in their baseline.
Yeah.
Compared to what they've actually provided.
Yeah.
What we're seeing is their production is keeping up with schedule despite not having the resources they committed in the baseline. However, that's not to say we're not monitoring it. If we don't see that production not going the way we think, that will be something we're going to raise up. That there was a commitment to the resources that we would need to stay on schedule. So we're still monitoring that. It's just some of the impacts they've experienced and the areas that they're working in, that more resources wouldn't necessarily solve the problem. There's some design stuff, there's other things that are going on. So it's a little bit more complicated than just throwing more bodies at it. But we are monitoring that, yeah.
So I thought I heard you guys mention CCR3 and we really haven't identified when the contractor is hoping to get started and whatnot. I mean, are we talking about mobilization? So I mean, I just heard earlier today, a lot of the discussion was if maybe previous in segment 1, which may have put us into some of the situation that we're in, that we allowed the contractor to mobilize too soon. I don't know if I heard that correctly. Is some of that being discussed and considered on this third?
So the difference with Hitachi's contract is they are paid, once they go into revenue service, they are paid from a different bucket. And so I think what happened was maybe between Hart and Hitachi, they mobilized their O&M staff.
Oh, okay.
Too soon.
Okay.
Whereas this is a little bit different. This is construction. And to Corey's point, I think when you're talking about Kiko's page 43, the contractor performance, that let's say in their quote, they were supposed to have 9 crews, and then maybe they're only at 3 to 4 crews, but
they're keeping up.
Yeah. So it's a fixed fee contract. So if he has 10 crews, 1 crew, I just don't care. As long as you get your work done according to the schedule, that's up to him.
Okay.
But it's clearly a risk, to Corey's point, that if they're not performing, they're going to lag, they're going to get behind. But right now, they're on schedule.
Okay. Okay.
Just to clarify, Chair. So as I understand it, CCR 3 was supposed to, NANA committed to doing 3 shifts a day, and they're only doing 2, right? Sorry, CCR 4, right. And the fact that they've only been doing 2 crews has not affected the schedule so far. If it were to, the fact that they originally committed to an extra crew that they're not using, would that be ammunition for us if we were to go after liquidated damages or whatever?
The schedule, that's what triggers the LDs. If they're supposed to be finished by X date and they're now here and it wasn't as fault of Hart, then yes, we are entitled to LDs.
So that's a hostage to fortune that they've left out there that we could potentially use.
Yeah, I think that was kind of mentioned in previous committee meetings, but yeah. Is there any other questions? Seeing none. Okay, appreciate it. Let's see, item number 5, I believe, PMOC report. I know we have several PMOC reports to review. I believe there's 3. June, July, and August PMOC reports. And I think in the past, when we've had multiple reports, I think if the members have specific questions related to earlier reports, please ask the questions. But for the purposes of today, maybe we just focus on the most current one. And yeah.
Will do. So I'll go through, as usual, the major issues and concerns in the report and then open up for questions. The first item is management capacity and capability, and we touched on this earlier this morning in regards to Rick's future. And from what I've heard, he's staying for much longer, so he'll be here. But that was one of the concerns that PMOC had. And then Lori's contract, and this is, the August report, so it's a little outdated, but they're concerned about the renewal of her contract and whether that was going to be completed, which it has been back in September. So the other comments that PMOC had made is in regards to the CFO position and the Director of Design and Construction. We talked through the CFO position earlier this morning. And as Lori mentioned, the Director of Design and Construction, we have the candidate selected and expected to be here early next year. The other thing I wanted to mention in terms of management capacity and capability, we do have another candidate that's starting here in December. He's actually will be under the Design and Construction Director. He will be our CCGS project manager. So solely responsible and overseeing CCGS, with the contractor we have and with the rumors of that contractor. We need all the help we can get on that team. So we're building up that team and organizing that team, as we mentioned previously. We're moving some of the staff from CCUR, AGS, and filling, these pukas for the CCGS oversight team, and still looking for key players. So we continue to do that. One thing to note, so from June to July, the MCC item, if you look at the risk table or their key indicator dashboard table, it went from yellow to red, which was positive. That would be page 6. Red to yellow, sorry. Red to yellow.
I was trying to figure out.
Yeah. Sorry, I was trying to think ahead and got myself confused. What I heard was we may see an improvement there from the yellow in next month's report. Moving on to the next major issue, CCGS, as we talked through the award there, the higher cost in terms of the contract award price. We are working with PMOC and FTA to update the overall EAC and the financial plans. We did preview with them some of the information we provided to the board previously. There were some comments and edits that we need to make, so we'll continue to work on that. The overall goal is to meet with FTA and PMOC in December to review that one last time, and if all goes well and approved, the plan is to bring it to the board in the January-February timeframe.
So at that point, we would have slightly more definitive EAC.
Yep, exactly. Updated EAC with the current CCGS price, and then updated financials that justify and show that we can afford that.
And the schedule presumably will just stay the same. Susan is not going to tell us they can do it faster than the time we're getting. Correct.
That would be great.
Hopefully they'll try and do it sooner, but they're not going to tell us that they're going to do that.
Sorry. Paul?
All done.
Okay. Anthony, any other questions? Robert? Natalie?
Yes, yes,
questions?
thank you. Yes, please, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for the report. So on page 4, the major issues, which you mentioned, is that the PMOC was concerned about not having a CFO. And I realized this was from August. I just wanted to know, are they aware now that there's no plan to actually hire for that position?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And then with respect to page 8, that is, let me get there. That's the federal grant funding. Oops, I'm on the wrong month. On page 8. So this is where I was talking about. It splits out the 600, what is that, $19 million. But also, I don't know, in 2024 and 2025, there's a 0 missing there at the end. And I found that a bit interesting because the prior month it was listed properly. So I just wanted to point that out. I don't know if what happened there. And those were the 2 things I noticed. So thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Natalie. I think Natalie also mentioned, I mean, this is more just housekeeping, if anything else, the table of contents was missing. I don't know if that was just an oversight or whatever, but on the second page, I think.
You guys are rushing to get it out of here.
Any other questions, Chris, Lisa? Nope. So I actually, so here's where I kind of thought I had read it, on their report as far as CCUR4, they mentioned something about a recovery plan to maintain current schedule. I just was wondering if you could elaborate on that and if it's a concern at all, or?
Yeah, and specifically CCUR4. So every time the contractor raises their hand and say, I'm delayed, X amount of days, they're required to do an evaluation of the delay, how to mitigate, and propose any mitigation. So that I think that's where that comment came from, or that report in the report. There are numerous times where NAN will come, or any contractor will come to us and say, I'm delayed 2 months. And is it actually 2 months? Then the team works with the contractor, and in this case NAN, to review and analyze that delay and whether or not that delay is reasonable, and then propose mitigation to that delay. I don't have the latest in terms of how that ended up. But we can.
And I guess that's kind of what I was trying to, and I think even to Anthony's point, to clarify, I'm assuming that these potential delays are not related to the labor issues or the resources. It's something else. Okay.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay. Also, I hate to backtrack, but on the financial plan, in the monthly report, I was just wondering on the CCGS, what is that? 550 or 550? Yeah.
Yep.
Are you guys going to be updating that number at the end, or is that?
And something maybe we can discuss with you or offline in terms of how we want to update that in this time until we present the revised DAC.
Yes, Kiko, what's happening is we are still discussing with FTA on how we're going to have to move the monies in between, and then once they give their blessing, then we're going to come to the board and make sure the board is okay, and then we want to update. So in the meantime, we're going to have like two different conflicting things. So because it's more like the first quarter before we can get this all done and brought to you folks.
So you're talking about moving the monies between CPPs?
Yes.
Yeah. To accommodate the CCGS? Yeah. Okay, so that's going to be a work in progress?
Yes, because even I think over here it's still 9.1 plus the financing costs. So all of this is going to change once we finalize with FTA and then come back to you folks for approval.
Okay. All right. If we can kind of maybe like just.
Keep note of that.
Yeah. All right. Okay. No other questions? Nope. Okay. I appreciate it. I don't think there's anything else on the agenda. Nope. Agenda item number 6 is adjournment. So if there's no other further business, I will call this meeting adjourned. 1:17. Thank you.
Chat. Good afternoon. It's 1:21 and my name is Robert Yu, and I'm going to call the Finance Committee meeting to order. I'm going to take roll. Kika Bukowski.
Present.
J. Roger Morton is excused. Arthur Tolentino is excused. Anthony Alto.
I'm not a member of your committee, but I'm present.
Yes, thank you.
You're deputizing me, are you?
I am right after I call roll.
Okay.
And I want to also recognize Board Member Lisa Baker and Board Member Chris Moylan, thank you. And also Natalie Iwasa, she's online. And I'm also going to deputize Anthony Alto as an ad hoc voting committee member of the Finance Committee. Thanks, Anthony.
Thanks,
for
Robert.
agreeing to
What's the
do it.
pay that goes with that? No?
Double
A
what
bag
you
of
get on the
chips.
board.
Okay, we move to item number 2, public testimony. Anyone in the audience or online offer any testimony? Hearing none, we move to item number 3, September cash flow report and financial update. Richard?
Good afternoon, everyone. Richard O'Shea, Deputy Director of Budget and Finance. Today we'll be speaking to September actual numbers and to the fact that there have been significant changes to any of the months leading out to the right, so to speak, for FY25, I will make comments and then open it up for questions. So I guess I'll just start at the top line. September is not a month that we receive GET or TET at Heart, so there was no receipts there. We did get a federal reimbursement for brownfields from the EPA for $193,000. That amount that was received by us will now allow the hazmat team at Jacobs to also go and get further grant funding. So once they pass 70% of a current grant, they're now eligible to go out and seek additional funding for brownfield EPA. So that's good news there. Other than that, the normal interest income and lease income of $2.3 million. There was no debt or GEO bond proceeds. So total project sources is $2.5 million. And I will just go down the list. Previous to my sitting here and presenting, there were operational reviews with regard to the months. So, you've gotten the operational reasoning as to why cash flows a certain way. So I won't necessarily go through anything significant that was already mentioned. We talked about CCUR, downtown and Dillingham. All those months came in as projected, and the reason for that is because we actually looked into Unifier, so we can see what bills are coming due for the month, and depending on the payment cycle and when they actually settle, Corey guys and myself, we can see into the future, so to speak. So at least we can see what could potentially settle. So 1.5 for downtown, Dillingham CCR 4 is 23 million, just shy of $24 million, and CCURE just under $6 million of cash settlement for September actual. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else on the monthly for September. There was no other unusual activity. Bond activity was the same as was the principal payment. I will say that in October, just to give you a quick commercial, we did get $3 million more above recovery plan for the OTAT, came in at 15.3 as opposed to 12 and change, so that's always good news. The other big thing that will happen, and it's happening currently, is that CCGS is mobilizing, so we'll be sending them their first payment in November. It's just shy of this $97 million flat projection. And of course, there'll be another follow-on mobilization payment in the month of December. And then after that, that's just a straight line projection for design efforts. I guess the other big thing that could potentially be asked, so I'll just bring it up, the FFGA grant. I do know that I will be submitting that grant as an amendment and not a brand new grant for the 250. It doesn't necessarily make the lift any easier, but administratively it does keep some of the line items consistent, so I don't have to redo everything. So
Okay.
that's good news there. Anybody have any questions as to the monthly? No? Okay. Perfect.
You could go through the annual
Sure,
and we
I will.
could ask questions
Yeah,
after.
annual will be quick. There's no significant changes to the annual, other than the fact that cash did shift from the right, things out from the dollar standpoint for mobilization and for posting of the bond into this period. So that's the 97 million and the 31 million you see for November and December. But other than that, the cash position at the end of the project is more or less the same.
Okay.
So unless anyone else has any questions, and once again, Corey Advance did mention that this data that I present is the current $9.148 million EAC. There will be potential shifts in cash between CPPs and of course, money that may move between allocated and unallocated contingency. But that's something that we have to discuss with the FTA, and of course, it will come to you folks for approval. And then all of these things, including any potential debt, if required, will all be updated in one fell swoop.
That's your report, Richard? That's the report?
Correct.
Thank you, Richard.
Thanks,
Members, any questions?
Yes, Chair, I have a few.
Yeah, go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you. Just a couple comments and then some questions. So confirming then that this report does not reflect the changes that will come with respect to the CCGS. And that's because you're still working with the FTA and expect that to be wrapped up at the end of the year and then to come to the board January or February, at which time we would see changes in this cash flow, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to note that there's no debt issuing for fiscal year 26, which is, we're going to be talking about the budget coming up. On page 3, let's see. On page 3, I thought that the bonds in 2027 were going to be replaced with TECP. Is that a change that will be reflected when the all the CCGS changes come about?
Correct. So any changes to the debt schedules, either issuance and or amortization, will be done once we get a roll up of everything. So literally everything will change. If we change
Okay.
in top line, of course, the operational section will change. And then subsequent to that, if there are cash flow needs that pop up in the months, operationally, we will reflect any of that borrowing, probably with short-term paper. And then eventually when the issuance season starts for GO bonds, we will then retire the TECP and then issue bonds, if in fact we actually need it. So it will
Okay.
change.
Right. Okay. So I was just questioning the timing.
That's a good question. It'll shift. It does look static, and it is static for now. Until
Okay.
Each time as we update the
On page 4, this is just an oddball thing that I noticed. MM 990, which is the DPP design review contractor. It's in blue, which for Lisa and for Chris, that means that those jobs are basically done. So I was wondering why we have these amounts hanging out here, 4 and then a negative 18. Can you tell us what's happening with that particular
Sure.
one?
When we were starting to move CPPs out, when we were reviewing everything operationally, the initial plan was to get rid of this CPP and hence the contract. However, because we are still under review, we're still using this contract. So even though you see dollar amounts in that line item, that's definitely still a live contract. So that's something that will be updated. But
So-
yes, right now it shouldn't be in the blue area. It should still be up as black. But that's one of the things that we will fix when we review everything with the
Okay.
FTA.
But why is there a negative 18 there? And I don't know which fiscal year that is, 2026, 2027, whatever year it is.
Yeah, that's what I can't see. Sorry. It's in FY 2026. Thank you. Yeah. That's just a placeholder, just to balance out the EAC, Natalie. So it's not an expected credit. It's more to balance out the CPP / the contract vis-a-vis the active contract and whatever is remaining in the EAC.
Okay, so okay. I understand.
No,
Yeah,
that's it.
I personally, as a CPA, I don't like those types of things, but I understand what you're doing.
Yes.
And then on page 5, just wanted to comment, thank you for fixing those payments on the debt service, the principal payments and the interest payments. They do match the schedule that we were given earlier this year from, that has been coordinated with the bank. And so, or the BFS and the bank, I believe. And then they also match the budget for next year. So thanks for fixing that. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Natalie. Any other questions, members? Okay, I just have one thing. We just want to clarify for next month's financial report. So many of the numbers will change in January or February of next year based on what the agreement is with the FTA. But beginning next month, what we agree to is to remove all the contingencies from each one of these project identification numbers and include and add another line which says project contingency allocated. And if you look at your annual report, it's the second page. The bottom of the second page should have the designation CONT1, and it says project contingency unallocated. Next month's financial statement will we'll add another line called CONT2, I'm guessing, project contingency allocated. And all the contingencies that are allocated to each one of these project numbers will be included on that line. So each of the projects will only reflect the value of the initial contract plus any change orders that may come in. Now, how do we move allocated contingency to each one of these projects? We're showing it as a lump sum amount. When I discussed this with Lori and Richard and others, Hart staff, when there's a likelihood that there will be a change order to a certain contract, then whatever that amount would move from allocated contingency, the line, to the project number.
Robert, can I ask the benefit of that? Only because then all the contractor needs to do now is look at last month's and next month's. Do the math. We really don't like to advertise the amount of contingency we have per CPP.
Well, we're not advertising the contingency, right? The contingency will be one line item.
Changing it from this month to next month, all they have to do is subtract.
Only if you know that there's a change order coming. So, for example, if ABC contractor has a contract of, I don't know, $1 million, right? And come June of next year, you know that there'll be a change order of $100,000. Then $100,000 would move from allocated contingency, the one line item, to the contractor.
I'm talking about allocated contingency per CPP. You're asking us to remove it next
Yes.
month. So now all the contractor has to do is do the math, and now he knows how much contingency we have per CPP.
Okay, just to clarify, that was not my proposal. That was Hart staff's proposal, that you all wanted to remove the contingency, allocated contingency out of the CPPs and put it in one line item. It wasn't my
Why are we trying to do? Why are we
proposal.
What's the benefit?
It was the meeting that we had.
I understand. I'm
Yeah.
just trying to remember what the benefit of that is.
You have to ask your staff because I didn't propose it. I was perfectly happy with the way it is.
Oh, okay. So can we just leave it? Okay. We'll talk
Yeah.
about it. So maybe not next month. Sorry, Robert.
No, that's fine. I'm actually happy the way it is.
Oh, okay.
It's your proposal that I'm trying to implement, not
Let
mine.
me get from them. I'm sorry. My mistake. Let me get from them, please.
Okay, all right. So I don't have anything else. Anyone has any more questions on the cash flow? Okay, if not, anyone in the public wants to provide testimony on item number 3? Hearing none, let's go to item number 4. Fiscal year 2026 operating and capital budget and 6-year capital plan. Richard and maybe Rick.
For now, you get me. All right. You get.
He's supposed to be fun.
Okay, let's see. In order to save some time here, so what I'll do is, the first presentation was done as a draft last month. I will speak to the changes that I made this month. And then, to be honest, the bulk of this conversation should be about you folks and what you want to spend for your portion of the budget. So, having said that, I will just start at the top, go through the pages. Maybe we don't even go through all of them. You know, I will go through all of them. There are changes per page. The total operating budget is now at 174,876. 102 million. Capital budget stays the same. We did change some line items inside that dollar amount, so you'll see that as we go through the presentation. The work scope also did not change. So, Pro City Highland Transit Center, Waipahu Makai entrance, a phased construction budget allocation for CCGS, and of course, as we change the budget for operational and the capital budget, the capital allocation for the HART project will also change by definition. Next slide. Thank you. The operational budget, 174.9, it's still more or less the same. It's changed a little bit. Most of the detail that has changed are in follow-on pages, so there's no real need to go down through the rest of this. Labor costs did go up. It's budgeted at 1.5, and we'll discuss that more as we go through the detail pages. It's an increase of 368,153 from FY25 with the same FTEs at 72. Next slide, please. Okay, the second set of bullet points. So budgeted positions are still allocated the same. The operational personal expenses did go up. It's now at 1,065,919, and we'll discuss that more in detail as we go to follow-on pages, as I said. And the capital portion of the FTE also stayed the same. That budget is at 15,076,771. Next slide, please. Okay, here's where some of the changes are. Labor costs went up to 1,065,919, change of 182. That change is 20% up. The detail is actually in the next slide. The city charges actually did go down a little bit, and we'll talk through that as well. That's due to direct charges and case. Board labor costs stayed the same. Current expenses for the board also stayed the same in lieu of what else we discussed today with regard to what the board would like to spend.
Richard, when you
for the
say
month.
stay the same, if you could clarify from last presentation versus last year, because I'm getting confused. Like when I see a 73% increase in board labor costs, when you say staying the same, it's like, no, it's increasing 70%.
Sorry, that
So
stay the same from the
the
last month.
presentation.
Sorry.
Last
my bad.
presentation, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
So
Yeah,
it's
73 is
the same as
definitely
far as increasing by 73%, is that?
from
Okay.
the last presentation, last month. Sorry. Let's see. Okay. I tell you what, let's go to the next slide, because here's where the rubber will meet the road here. So this was something that Natalie asked. The salary and the FTE stays the same. So salary is the same, the OPEB number is the same, and the question was, I believe, why is the fringe benefit number so high vis-a-vis the other two? And the reason for that is because the benefit percent that was used against the comp for FY25 was a little bit soft relative to what is the correct number for FY26. So in other words, FY26's percent fringe benefit percent, it's 53.3%. That's the correct one. The previous year was just slightly soft. So if it were done at 53.3%, the pro rata percent increase would be the same. Having said that, though, the math still says that it's 14.6% because the FY25 was a little soft. So it was lower than, yes, sorry. That's the Wall Street in me. I'll stop. City admin expenses. This was the line item that was added per a email we got from administration. So there was no direction as to if this is a true number added to our budget, but we were advised to put it in. So that's why it's a nice round number as well. It's 116,000 for the operating budget. The total placeholder that we were told to put in was $1.8 million.
This is for COVID. The city, as you folks know, city and state is settling with the union, so we're not sure, one, if HART employees are eligible because we're FTA funded, and so anyway, just at an abundance of caution, we're putting it in to get your folks' approval, but we still don't know whether it's going to be spent or not.
Correct. Thank you. Let's see, next slide, please. Sure.
Board salaries, and this may have come up over again, or maybe it's detailed. Why is it such a big increase? Are we adding a person?
The comp
This
went
was
up.
a raise that was given to board staff
Oh, okay.
Yes.
last year.
from 25 to 26?
Yes.
From 24 to 25.
I would have thought that
Yeah,
would, if it was last year, wouldn't it be 24 to 25?
Wasn't in the budget.
It wasn't, yeah. Okay, good question. All right, next page. Trying to think if there was anything else that changed here. On this page, there was no changes. There will be discussion today with regard to the third to the last line, which is the board all other. That will be determined today, how you would like to spend your budget. So that's discussion forthcoming. Next slide. Here's where the bulk of the changes happen. So if you recall, last month when I did this exercise, I was on a very tight schedule and I just basically prorated it out 5.6% across both. I did have time to go back through FY26. So instead of just using FY25 budget and bumping it up, I actually used real numbers for 24, and then I escalated it for inflation. So you'll see now that the FY26 proposed operating budget for city direct reimbursement, so that's things like core, allocation from BFS, that's projected at $450.3 thousand. Basically, it's flat to the budget, FY25. The real change actually happened with the case. So you see that the case number went down 13%, and that's because of the change in our interest expense. If you look at the interest schedule, you see that it actually went down. That is included in our operating budget, and therefore it rolls into the change in the case. So that number is thankfully down $160,000, bringing the total charges from the city, at least as an estimate, to $1.487 million, down slightly from FY25 budget of $159,000, so 9.7% down as an estimate so far. Next slide, please. There were no changes here. This is the same debt schedule that we have currently. Just for the record, I'll mention it that the principal payments do go up, and it's offset by a decrease in the interest payment of $4.6 million. Next slide. Here's the expected funding sources for FY26. This also did not change as of the last submission last month. GET is at 348, TAT is at 90 million, OTAT is at 52.5 million, federal funding is at 125 million, city subsidy is 10 million. Other revenue is 1% of the average cash balance for the year, and the unreserved fund balance is the month end June of 2025, as of this period, this reporting period, bringing the total sources to $1.228 billion. Next slide, please. Okay, here's another area where it did change. We did put in the whole Pearl Highlands Transit Center budget of $223.6 million. Waipahu Makai Transit Center was escalated a bit to $20 million estimate. And the only other thing that did change, in fact, was the HART project management capital allocation because of the change in the total budget. That also shifted the CCGS budget ask down a little bit, bringing the total capital budget for FY26 to $793.630 million. Next slide. So in summary, we're asking the board to approve for FY26 total operating budget of $174,876,102, and to approve in FY26 capital budget of $793.63 million. And that's the presentation for this month. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Before we ask questions, you want to go over the 6-year capital plan as well, or you want us to
I can do that.
Okay.
To be honest, the 6-year capital plan was discussed in the annual cash flow model, because I literally took, it just so happens that the 6-year remaining is also the 6-year plan here. So none of it has changed. So if you look at the difference between the 6-year plan and the annual cash flow that was discussed, the dollars are exactly the same. And once again,
Until January or February.
Correct.
Right. So I'll reserve some of those questions. Until January, February.
Okay.
I'll reserve some of those questions later.
Thank you, sir.
So that's your presentation for the budget?
Yes.
Okay, thank
We
you.
do need your folks' guidance on slide 7. The board, we just kept the numbers same as last year. The auditing, service, communications, service, professional service, and all others. We
Yeah,
just
that's
need your
fine.
guidance.
I'll let other members ask questions first. Any questions, member? Kika?
Thanks, Chair. I'm looking at page 11 of the presentation. Just clarification. I thought were Pearl Highlands and Waipahu, weren't those projects going to be deferred or no? Was I mistaken?
Just the parking garage, but we still need to do the ramp and the transit center.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
That's it? Oh, cool. Anthony?
Same page. Dynamic voltage compensator. Is that the StatCom? All right. Is HECO pushing back on this?
No, the way I posed it to them was it's being deferred. And we really only need it when we open full revenue all the way
Right.
to Ala Moana, not even Civic Center. So they understand because of CCGS.
So they're not giving us a hard time about that. Good. it's HECO. Okay, got it. Yeah. And if we can start supplying our own juice, maybe we'll never have to do the StatCons.
Keep pushing it on.
That's it. Thanks, Joe.
I don't have any questions.
Chris.
Natalie?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I have several comments and questions. So I think I heard Richard say that there were no major changes in the capital improvement budget. Is that correct, Richard? Is that what you said? From September?
Well, what would you like to discuss? Because they weren't big changes from the previous submission. Other than the fact I did add the full budget to Pearl Highlands Transit Center. That was.
From the previous presentation,
from the
Natalie,
previous
not last
presentation.
year compared to this year. Sorry.
Right. So I was looking at September, the September presentation, which had a capital improvement budget of 617 million. And now it's 793.6 million. It's a like $76 million increase, which
Yes, we need
partly,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say part of it is the Waipahu Station Mackay entrance. That's only 20 million. The rest is somewhere in this line item, Pearl Highlands Transit Center H2 ramp.
Correct.
Did you understand or?
Clearly where the rest of it is.
You have to explain.
Pardon?
Oh, well, we have to ask for it in the budget for the full project, so that at least if we ask for it, even if we defer some of the work, we can then have it approved by you folks and the city, and then encumber the thing.
So Natalie, this one is not phase funded. So when we're going through the numbers, I said we need to put the full project, like CCGS is clearly multi-year funded. This one is not. So that was an error on our part, the last budget presentation. So I said we need to put the whole thing in to get your folks' approval.
Okay, yeah, I just thought I missed something because I saw the huge increase and what I heard was not matching up.
No, what
Okay,
we put in the last presentation was what we anticipated to be in the
Spend.
Yeah, the spend.
That was my bad.
Yeah.
I should have put that.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure I understood what was happening. Let's see, on slide 6. So slide 6. Okay, so I'm sure you folks all recall we had this big discussion this morning about HDR employees versus city employees and the cost. And I just wanted to point out here that we have this is 6 is all the labor costs, right? So we have salaries of under 500,000, and if you look here, total payroll cost is over $1 million. So it's it's double. So my point is that when we're looking at these consultants, yes, they probably have some kind of a markup in there, but I don't think it's as bad as what some people think it might be, because you can see right here with the fringe benefits, the OPEB, hiring people is expensive. You know, when you add in all the extra costs that are related to it, payroll taxes, all that stuff. So that was my point on that particular slide. On slide 7. Okay, so slide 7 is the current operating for the board, and like was mentioned, in addition to that, all others line item, I think we should get rid of that board communication services. As I understand it, that's not going to be used, that we can use paying as needed. The board professional services, if we could get that clarified, 140,000, I'm not quite sure what is in there. On slide number 9. Oh, 9, again, just good job on matching up the debt service with the actual schedule that was given to us by BFS. And then line 10 or slide 10. So just a couple things on this particular one. Other revenue of almost 5 million is mostly interest income. Is that correct? And then
It's
a little bit
actually
of
all interest income. It's 1%
it's all
of the
interest.
average in cash balance.
Okay, all interest income. And then for clarification for anybody who doesn't know, because I think that there is a misunderstanding sometimes when the budget goes to the city council and we're presenting them this particular schedule, there seem to always be questions about that unreserved fund balance. And just want to make sure I understand that that is basically the cash that was left at the end of the fiscal year June 2024. Well, that will be the projected cash balance at the end of June 2025. Am I correct in that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, good. Yeah, because I think there's some kind of misunderstanding on that sometimes. And then I have a note about unreserved. Oh, that was it. Okay, so those are my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Natalie, thank you. Any other questions? A few things, Richard. Before I go on with my questions, I just want to reconfirm some of the Finance Committee meeting dates for budget approval purposes. So we're meeting today. If we don't pass the budget today, the next chance we have to pass the budget out of this committee is November 15th,
Correct.
which is the same day as the board meeting. But the Finance Committee is usually after the board meeting. So does that mean today is the last day or?
No,
Okay, it'll be
You
before
also
the
have an
board meeting.
opportunity on November 15th.
Okay, but it'll be before the board meeting, that's
Right,
why.
but
Okay,
at this stage,
yeah,
it's the finance committee that needs to approve and send directly to the mayor and council. When it comes back from council is when the board.
yes, understand. So December 2nd is when we have to submit the budget.
It's the first by
The first is a
charter,
Sunday.
but Yes.
That's why December 2nd. Yeah, first. Thank you. Okay, questions. Page 4, Richard. Under position count, I don't have a problem with the number. I just want to make sure it's correct. Additional positions budgeted to be filled by fiscal year 26. You guys going to fill 32 positions by that? I mean, you could leave it. I don't really care, but it just seems weird. You can't fill 3 positions in the last 2 years, but you'll do 32.
Well, that's the wish, sir. I mean, of those, the 3 you're talking about, I'm not sure if you're referring to the earlier meeting, but.
I don't know if it's
I've had
3, but
people
it
in the
wasn't
pipeline. I
many.
lost one 'cause we took
Yeah.
too long. I mean, the wish is 32. And it's budgeted as.
Okay, we'll just leave your wish here then. Okay, next item. Let's see. Okay, page 7. This is the thing that people are really complaining about. So what I'm proposing is to zero out the board auditing services, the communication services, and the professional services. Just zero that out. Unless anyone has any objections, that would be my direction to Richard.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Natalie?
I have been advocating for an internal audit for many years. And I believe that that is still a function that is needed within HART. We have what, $4.5 billion still to spend. And an internal audit function would help us point out areas of fiscal weakness. And it's not as adversarial as the like an independent audit might be. It's supposed to be a way for us to learn where we can strengthen our procedures with respect to the money and make sure that they're all being, there's proper oversight and proper approvals in place. So I think that money should stay there, that 250,000.
Okay, so I understand the narrative, and it sounds very good to have an internal auditor. I tell you what, we have 250,000 in the current year's budget. It's October. It doesn't expire until June. If HART is able to hire an internal auditor between now and June, then we will leave it in. If HART does not, then we'll leave it out because during the fiscal year, the board, the finance committee, and the board have the ability to make adjustments to the budget in mid-year, and we have done it before. So I understand the narrative and I understand the talking point, but unless this is something that is going to be realistically that HART will do, then I'm not going to leave it in.
Okay, so just follow up on that. We were very close last year to hiring one. It's very unfortunate that the consultant that was hired now, 6 years ago, that gave us that report and recommendations on how to hire an internal audit function. It's unfortunate that they did not tell the board at that time that there was a certain way that it had to be structured so that it fit within the city charter. And that's why that whole thing fell through. I was very disappointed, to say the least, that happened. And like I said, I totally support having this function put in. I have no vote, as you know, but I think your suggestion that it could be added later is noted. I just ask that, and unfortunately we only have a few members here today, but that this internal audit committee get reinstated and we move forward with that. I've personally invested a lot of time in that, and I think it's very important. So thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Natalie. Lori,
No,
you were
just
going
to
to say
give a little
something?
bit of background, we did do the procurement. The bids came in almost double.
Yeah, but I don't know that's what Natalie is referring to. She's referring to some kind of charter.
Yeah, so the scope of work that the board put together with the internal audit, when we had the committee this past year, they put together the scope, we put the scope out, and the bids came in twice.
Right.
It was budgeted, and so we couldn't award.
Mhm.
So, and then I think Edwin Young came back and said some of the scope items, because he took over from the previous committee chair, that a lot of this stuff violates, because he was the auditor for the city. So that's the reason we haven't been able to award, is the scope needs to be worked on, I think.
Okay. I think initially it was like the 2, 3, 4 times the value of what we budgeted for. So anyway, Natalie, the money is still in there this year. We have until June to work something out. Like I said, if we make no progress at all between now and June, then I really don't expect us making any progress next fiscal year. And if we do, we could always add the money back. Okay?
Understood.
I've got a question for you, Robert.
Yeah, please.
So we provided a scope of work to Lori for this internal auditor?
No. No, we provided a scope of work to bid out internal.
Oh, right, to bid out.
Not, we don't have an internal auditor. so-
No, I'm sorry, misstated it. You knew what I meant. Could I get a copy of that statement of work?
Yeah, sure, I don't have, Cindy.
Okay, thank you. Let me just say, the reason why I ask is that we have all of these project management plans and other plans that HART is required to adhere to, and they're very specific about the requirements that need to be followed. And I also know that the HART quality team does audits internally all the time to make sure that the departments are adhering to those plans. So I'd be interested to see if this is just a financials and the finances, that project management plan is significant.
You could take a look. It
Okay.
has to do with testing and reviewing and testing internal controls and make recommendations.
It sounds so familiar to the quality.
You almost said verbatim what I said before. I said almost the same.
Yeah, I'm just wondering that maybe we could accomplish this by receiving, I don't know if this is possible, so forgive me. But if it's possible to receive some of the quality audit information that Trevor takes or his team gets, that maybe that will help satisfy some of the need, even if, so, because I'm hearing that to get the auditor is 3 or 4 times what we've budgeted.
To get the auditor to do the scope of work that we issued will cost that much.
Right.
If you look at the scope of work, just by looking at the scope of work, there is no way in the world anyone would do it for $250,000. So how much you're gonna pay for an internal audit work, depending on what the scope of work is.
Right.
Right. So if you look at it, you have a sense that it is a very, very detailed scope of work.
Right, and I'm just saying that, I think I understand that. What I'm saying is that, like, that's the Taj Mahal, right, of what we want in the audit, the internal audit. But what if we looked with what is available today? Because Natalie, as she mentioned, she's been asking for this for years. Maybe what we have today would help at least get us partly there. I mean, I don't know if that information is available to.
Yeah, I think we have to work with Lori, because even if the budget is in the board area of the operating budget, the HART staff will be doing all the work. Like all the scope of services that you see in the proposal that we bid out last year, the HART staff would have to do all the work, period.
Because we can't alter the scope of work.
No, you could alter the scope of work, but whatever is required in the scope of work,
Oh, I see.
the HART staff
okay.
would have to do it. Like if the scope of work is to put together a list of internal control procedures, well, you and I are not going to be doing it, right? It would be up to them.
Okay,
So,
I think I understand what you, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
thank
doing the internal audit, you know, it doesn't take any work of board members. It's really burdening the staff.
I think one of the things that I found in my experience previous to this, working on the project, was that we didn't have a lot of internal audits done by the quality team up until Trevor joining HART. And when he joined, then we started doing, so they're very regular and they're very, methodical about that. And unless something's changed, that was a significant difference from previous quality and CEOs.
Yeah, I don't know who Trevor is, and I don't know what
He's the director of quality.
Yeah, but I doubt he did any internal audit work in the sense of what you will see in the scope of work.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so we have no objections to zero out those 3 items? Okay. Well, we have one more chance to put it back in on November 15th, Natalie. A couple other things. So this is a philosophical thing.
Sure.
I know all the numbers, or most of the numbers, financial numbers will change. because of CCGS and your negotiation with FTA. Now, this budget document has to go to the city on December 2nd. And because we already know the numbers are going to change, should we put some kind of footnote where we know some numbers are going to change? Just some indication that, hey, this number will change, come February. For example, on page 10, the unreserved fund balance of 597 million, if that number is going to change significantly, I would just recommend putting a little footnote next to the unreserved balance and just do a write-up on this number, may change depending on our conversation with the FTA concerning the price of CCGS. And that's all you have to do. You don't have to review what's changed and whatnot, right? Okay, that's
So
just a
noted. Thank you.
recommendation. And you could do that for some of your other expenditures too. Okay, that's it. That's all the questions I have. Any other questions?
Yeah,
Okay, now, Natalie?
Chair, if I may, sorry, just
Yeah,
going back to that slide 7, the board budget, you said zero out the 3 line items. Did you mean 4 then? I'm not quite sure.
No, zero out audit services, communication services.
Just those 2 line items. Wait, I can't hear you. What happened?
I'm on mute. 250,000 audit services, 110,000 communication services, 140,000 professional services. Now, this is just my thought, at this meeting. We still have another chance to look at the budget on November 15th, so we could still debate these expenditures or any other things you all want to discuss.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, thanks.
Chair, you wanted to keep the all others at 74. Last year was
Yes.
at 14. Okay,
Yes,
got it.
Yeah, please. Thank you. What categories?
All others.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. From a percentage standpoint, Chris, it sounds bad, but from a money standpoint, it's 60,000.
Right, why is it going up by a factor of 5?
It could be lunch, and we had something else on it. Travel? Yes. Yeah, travel, board travel. Like, Chris, you may want to travel to a transit conference to learn about whatever you want to learn. That would be coming out of the other expenses, right? Of the 74,000. We have, I don't know, 9, 10, 11 board members or 12 board
Oh,
members.
I'm sorry. Rick had to remind me, this is my stuff. This is my CEO training, and I needed to go to different conferences. It's mandated in my contract. So thanks.
Oh, no, but yeah, thanks. But for us,
It's not you, it's me.
no. But for us, we have travel in there too.
You are, but the bulk of this money, the bulk of this increase is my contract.
Yeah.
It's the CEO executive training, and it's the conferences that have to go to. Yep.
Yeah, I think for us, we may have like 25,000 in there. It's about 2,500 to 3,000. Huh?
You could get a few supplements.
Well, the Subway sandwiches will be a few $100, but it's the travel.
I mean, Chair has talked about how she would like more board members to go to ACTA and Revolution conferences. So I think maybe there's some of that.
Yeah. I know Roger and I go, but not you know, not using hard money, but using our,
So Chair, for example,
yeah.
said to me, I want you to go to all these conferences.
Mhm.
I'll totally drive them at the conference for this great experience.
Yeah, yeah. It's kind of interesting. No one really asked about $1.2 million, but yeah, people tend to pick on the $60,000, not the 1.24 million or the 193,000 of all others, you know. But that's okay. I mean, that's fine. Okay, all right. So I think that's, anything else? All right, meeting's adjourned. Thanks, Richard.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
everyone. Thank you
everyone.
for your time. Yeah, of course.